So here are all of my encouragements for you all to make terrible decisions, as I am the GM.
Ash has a crossbow bolt in her side, 0 dots in skirmish, and 0 dots in wreck. And I'm so excited to see this get even worse. So that's one vote for escalation.
Skelly has 3 guns and all the ammo.
Crossroads has no guns, but Crossroads is a gun powered by ghosts.
Have we established that your guns are special to you? I feel like we're establishing that your guns are special to you.
Before this crew, they were my only friends.
You've known us for 5 days. You've known those guns a lot longer.
These are my babies.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Rowan was starting to do this, and then he realizes to harvest, this doesn't help. Like, don't do that.
This is not.
No.
This is
Like,
not.
don't do
this.
this.
Yeah.
Doing this to an executioner?
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Like this, like
We call that the go sign, you know? Like, yeah.
Oh, man.
This theme's great. I will do a fortune roll. Notes. No thoughts. Head empty. 1! I rolled a 1!
Yep. Hello, everybody. And thank you for joining us for yet another session, hopefully a very, very special session of The Case of the Cindered Seal, our Speculate special event on this channel. Yes, Original, you did make it in time, although I am noticing that I'm having a bit of an issue. OBS was moving at the speed of light just now. I'm trying to mitigate some CPU issues and it is not going well. So apologies if this looks terrible, which is definitely not my intention. I know, I'm so sorry. I want to hope that that becomes better at some point in the future, because it would really suck. This episode in particular does not look as perfect as I wanted it to look in my head. So hopefully during a break during our stream, I will try some things again and see if I can make that look better. But without further ado, we are in fact here for yet another session of The Case of the Cindered Seal. I am very excited. If you have seen our last game, you know that a lot of shenanigans has occurred. And I'm very excited to not only pay those shenanigans forward, but finally conclude the grand confrontation that has been building up in this story. So, without further ado, we will try to get into it. But first, some housekeeping notes as usual. Exclamation point ARVTube gives you access to the YouTube channel where you can witness the VODs for this and all of the other content that takes place live on this channel. Exclamation point ARVTweets will give you access to the Twitter account of our good friend Gregory Wilson, to whom this channel belongs, who's consistently very smart and very clever, so I do definitely recommend following Greg on Twitter. That's exclamation point ARV tweets. Exclamation point ARV cord will give you access to the Discord channel where you can interact with all of the other lovely people in this community, get updates about whenever new content is about to go live, and so much more. Definitely recommend being a part of that community. A bunch of very lovely people there. I can say that because I am also in that Discord. Exclamation point ARVTreon will give you access to the Patreon channel that, through your support, maintains the content on this channel. If it were not for that Patreon, for instance, I would not be able to stream regularly on this channel in the first place, for which I am very grateful. Although it was supposed to solve a problem that, as we can see, is persisting now, and I hate that. But I will resolve it, trust me. Exclamation point ARV shop will give you access to the shop where you can find cool merch dedicated to the content that takes place on this channel. Exclamation point Speculate will give you access to the Speculate Patreon and the Speculate website. Your support of Speculate allows us to play games like the case of the Cindered Seal. Speculate being the podcast that I am very grateful to be a member of alongside Michael R. Underwood, who will be playing this evening, and of course Gregory Wilson. If you are on the Patreon, I do recommend that we have two special episodes that we recorded earlier in the month that are absolutely hilarious. If you haven't already heard them, I definitely recommend them. We recorded an episode recently about the pop culture properties that we would like to be turned into an RPG. My answer may surprise you. It probably won't. But that was a heck of a lot of fun to record, and I think that you would be interested in the stuff that we have to say. So, for that and to support the content that we make on Speculate, please check out the Patreon. Also, exclamation point Icarus for more information about the Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels. The absolutely acclaimed Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels. Definitely check that out. Exclamation point library, if I'm not mistaken, is the command for more information about tales and tomes from the Forbidden Library. The very brilliant Dungeons and Dragons 5e sourcebook that Greg contributed to. Definitely check that out. Exclamation point Grey Shade KS. For a lot of things have been happening in the background of that the Grey Assassin trilogy news. I know that it has been hinted that I, in fact, have some things to do regarding that, and Christmas has been getting in the way, but trust and believe that progress is being made in that direction, and you're going to be really excited to see what this looks like. So definitely check that out and expect more news. And of course, last but not least, exclamation point BLM for more information about the Black Lives Matter movement and ways that you can support the work that is being done. On this channel, we do still assert and affirm the value of Black lives in the United States and everywhere, and in a particularly trying time, it is particularly important to not only be informed about these issues, but discover ways that we can support those communities when it is necessary. And exclamation point help now. As Greg always says on this channel, reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. The holiday season in an extended pandemic season can be very trying for a lot of people, and that's notwithstanding all of the other things that people have going on in their lives. So if you need help, or if someone close to you needs help, that the resources available through those links are very, very valuable. But without further ado, I would like to introduce to you these strange friends who have been very eager to finally do the thing. I'm very grateful that it's Christmas this season, because Porter's Day has been canonically only a few days ago. So I'm very excited for us to actually get into some trouble. So now I'm going to rejoin all of these lovely folks, who I'm sure were having this absolutely brilliant conversation that I just interrupted. That they may have just resolved one of the one of the harshest issues of the world that we're presently living in, and I just interrupted them like a jerk because I'm a terrible person, and I just want them to play a game with me, which makes me absolutely cruel. But say hello to all these lovely people. Hello, strange friends. Happy time zone indeed. Thank you so very much for joining us for this for tonight's session of the Case of the Cindered Seal. I'm very excited for us to get into trouble. But before we begin, I would like each of you to please introduce yourselves to all of these lovely people in chat, starting with Valerie. Nice. Oh no, I did a thing. I'm so sorry. I forgot to click a thing. I'm sorry. My brain has been firing on all cylinders since OBS decided to do a thing earlier. I apologize. Valerie, might I ask you to reintroduce yourself?
That was like the slickest introduction I've ever done for myself, but it's cool.
That was a beautiful
It was very good.
introduction. It
It was
extremely
brilliant,
good.
and I'm so
There were no
sorry that I
ums or
sabotaged it. That was my fault.
So fluid.
I so act-
So well
Just for a
organized.
change.
I can neither confirm nor deny that that was not purposeful at all. I did not mean to sabotage your growth as a writer. Please,
Sorry.
reintroduce yourself. Follow these lovely people in chat.
Well, hello everyone. I am Valerie Valdes. Pronouns she, her. I am the author of such space operas as Chilling Effect and Prime Deceptions, and the forthcoming Fault Tolerance, which is the third book in that trilogy. It will come out next year, May 2022. You can pre-order it now. My books pair extremely well with Mike Underwood's Annihilation Aria, as well as other books by Mike Underwood. And you can also find my short fiction and poetry in various places online. I am playing, as always, Skelly the Hound.
Nice, thank you. Next, Mike.
Hello, I'm Michael R. Underwood, author of Found Family Space Opera Annihilation Aria. And if you like what I write, you should read Valerie's books because they are good buddies, BFF books forever. I'm a co-host of Speculate along with Brandon and our host Arv, and I stream video games at twitch.tv/turbotango. Today I played Fights in Tight Spaces, and it rules. I'm playing Ring Delmore. Ring is a haunted veteran who uses the spider playbook, he, him pronouns for me, and they, them for Ring.
Nice, thank you. Next, Jeoi.
Hello, Yoi Gawain Lin, pronouns he, they, game and fiction writer. Today, and as always, I am playing Crossroads, the ex-Whisper Hole, who is totally made of meat. Pronouns for Crossroads are it.
Nice.
Oh,
thank you.
and it's still carrying bombs inside its body, which I forgot.
Thanks for reminding me. We're gonna get into that in a bit. And last but not least, Iori.
Good time zone, friends. It's your favorite chaos gremlin, Iori Kusano. Pronouns they, them. Clarion West class of 2017. Fiction in Apex and Frozen Wavelets. Reviews in Strange Horizons. I am playing, as always, of the Flame the Ash, our Lurk, with no dots in any combat skills, who has somehow taken the most physical damage out of the entire party.
Mm-hmm. As is destined to happen, obviously. When you have no combat skills, it means you're the one everybody beats up. For which I apologize. But as we get into tonight's session of the Case of the Cindered Seal, a very brief recap of the things that have taken place before, which mostly consist of Casta, Skelly's great nemesis, having been kidnapped previously after rescuing some of Ring's porters from a very weird smuggling operation in Dunslow. Has since given up a great deal of details about Aldo Booker's operation that has, at this point, steeled the strange friends towards actually preparing for a confrontation at some point. They've learned that, among other things, the artifacts that he holds or seeks to hold are incredibly valuable and incredibly dangerous, that he tends to be a ruthless and wealthy individual with perhaps no scruples whatsoever, to the point where Casta, a trained assassin, is afraid of very few things in the world but Aldo's power. And in the business of preparing to see what that future confrontation may look like, of the Flame, the Ash has returned to the antiques shop to see if there was anything valuable that would be useful either as a piece of information or as a tool, and has discovered not only multiple cursed artifacts, But as we will learn later on, what may be particularly useful in discovering more about the Cindered seal itself. But before we get to that point, I would like to briefly step back in time, perhaps like a few hours. Um, Ring, something has been kind of like scratching the back of your head for the past few days. Everybody else, for the most part, doesn't know a great deal about Aldo Booker. All of the information that we have gained up to this point is just he has money, he is willing to have a lot of other people do his dirty work, such that up until this point you hadn't even seen his face yet. He is fond of throwing his money around in order to get people to do his dirty work, including children. And that a lot of his work pertains to at least the acquisition, if not the further smuggling, of ancient relics. But you know Aldo Booker's name. Every time somebody says his name, it suddenly occurs to you like, that sounds familiar. But am I just making that up? Is it just that I've been in Duskfall long enough that I just kind of, there's one of those names that I just kind of picked up via osmosis, and I just kind of forgot about him because he's probably a noble that I don't give a damn about. But it keeps kind of, like, hitting you in the back of the head. I would like you to give me either a study roll or an attune roll. One is better and one is more chaotic. You know which ones they are.
Yeah, I don't know that even the very wild weekend change that Ring has had would lead them to want to attune. So I'm going to roll study, which I've got
Okay.
at 2 dice. Is this a fortune roll?
Yes.
Okay. And under notes, I have written query. Why do I know that name? And oh no, my thing was all the way scrolled up. So the suspense, 1 and 4.
A 1 and a 4. Okay. So, in the middle of the night this night, you're just kind of idly thinking about, like, why do I know this name? Is there a thing about Aldo Booker that has that has come up for me before that I'm just kind of forgetting in this moment? And then it hits you, just kind of out of nowhere. You actually don't really know an Aldo Booker, but you know a guy very vaguely who you've confronted in the Unification War, who you've heard be shouted at, and that kind of like stuck in your brain at that moment in time. That, like, on the field of battle, like some early days into the Unification War, you and like a handful of other soldiers were about to cross into enemy lines and like stumbled into what was supposed to be an ambush. Like, when you got there, you knew it was supposed to be an ambush. You knew that you and your colleagues, many of whom were younger than you at that point in time, were dead to rights at this point. And one of those enemy soldiers that you stumble upon when you enter this space leaps out from behind a tree, like just like a couple of branches up, with what you knew at the time when you turned to face him was the intent to shoot you dead before you even noticed that he was there. But then he fell out of the tree. He stumbled on his branch. He landed on both of his knees. The rifle that he was holding discharged upwards, fired, and struck another Akarosi soldier out of a higher branch who fell. Um, Someone shouts, "Booker, God damn it!" And then, before you can turn to see where that shout comes from, now you're being suppressed by enemy fire. And that's when that fight actually happens. You just kind of stumble upon the thought, I've met a Booker before who was a klutz in the war, and if I had a split second sooner, he'd already be dead. Is that the same guy?
Yeah. I think based on what we've heard about Booker's Hall, it strikes ring. Did Aldo have a sibling? And is that sibling now the Hall?
Mm-hmm. So like that entire thought is like processing in your brain. Have I met Aldo? Have I met one of Aldo's relatives? Is it possible as a result that the result of the unification war has led to him or his family accruing a great deal of wealth? That just kind of like pops into your brain idly. And then it's gone. And as that thought is kind of fading out of your brain, you see one of the porters in like very clean khakis and like a white shirt with blue stripes walks up to you while you're just like not paying attention. You know that this kid is Lamond. You also know that you're very upset with Lamond because when you went to strike the warehouse, he just fled and disappeared with two other kids, and you hadn't actually spoken to him since he got back to the porterhouse without letting you or anyone else know what had happened. He hadn't even like spoken to his other he hasn't even spoken to the other kids about where he was that night. So they just know that a bunch of kids were missing and that you were upset about it. But he's coming to you now.
And this is the morning that we just did in the last session?
Yeah, just about.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning. So, right, look, I'm sorry, Mr. Ring. I screwed up. I know I wasn't supposed to be at a warehouse. I know when we take work, we're supposed to let people know this is where we are, this is what we're doing, and I know that you have a lot of feelings about. I heard that you have some business with Mr. Booker, and I'm not gonna get into that, but... And he opens his mouth to say a thing, and then he pauses again. And then he says... So, the other kids tell you it's good money, and that's true. It is good money. I liked the work. Liked the work. But now that I know that you have business with Mr. Booker, I have to tell you that he's actually not very good. I think. I don't know. There's a thing that I've seen that I don't think the other kids have seen. And part of the reason why I keep working is because I've seen it. Does that make sense?
It does.
Mr. Booker has a way of making grown-ups do things. Has a way of making them want to do things that they didn't want to do before. I don't mean like scare them into doing things. I mean make them want to do things. It's like a magic trick. I don't know how he does it, but it's creepy.
And you've seen him do it?
I've seen what people look like when it's done, and I know that it's only them and Mr. Booker in the room, but they go in screaming and shouting about how he'll never get them to do this thing, and then they leave quiet as a pigeon. Just head down, eyes dark, willing to do whatever you tell them to. And it's weird. They're like dolls when it happens. And I didn't care before because Mr. Booker is nice to us. He pays us good. But I had a dream the other night that was gonna happen to you. And it sucked. And I thought I'd tell you so it doesn't come true.
Thank you for telling me. And to be clear, my business with Aldo is not friendly, so I don't mind if you don't like him. I'm especially glad to hear that your reason for not liking him is because you were paying attention and you saw that he was taking advantage of people. We all need you here. We need each other. And I need you to not go running off in situations like that again. Is that okay? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm sorry.
You can't change the past. If you went off and you took the others with you, then at least you were protecting them, and that's good. If something like that happens again, ask yourself, can I get just out of the way enough to listen and figure out what's happening? Or is this something where I need to run and keep running and make sure that the others with me are still running until you're tired enough or they're tired enough that you need to stop? When things happen in this city, it's important to know what's happened, and it's important to be safe. I understand wanting to get out of the way when something like that happened. But not 5 seconds later, I called out at full voice to let everyone know it was happening. And if you were already gone enough to not hear that, well, that meant that I'm guessing you had a really long night.
Yeah, I screwed up there too. Just RC
can't
ran,
change the
and I
past.
wanted to make sure that nothing happened to RC, and by that time, we had already split up, and I heard things were bursting inside the room. That was not normal gunfire. Sorry.
If RC ran first and you were going to take care of RC, then you have way less to apologize for. And regardless, now that we've talked, you've given me information I didn't have beforehand, and that's good. So why don't we say that you were there watching Aldo for me, and you've done your job. Thank you for doing that.
Okay.
But thank you for volunteering to come and help me do errands this morning.
That's fair. I just kind of like languidly assists with your daily morning errands. And as that happens, we just very quickly move back forward in time to the antiques shop, to the exact moment when Crossroads has discovered this thing in this box, which only some of you know but know very well to be a thing that looks like a part of the Cindered seal. It looks like essentially a very large pewter rod with a bell at the end of it. And the handle looks like the handle of what you have seen of the Cindered seal. Which now, like more closely, now that you can actually see the thing in your hand, is like the figure, like the figures of three, like very lightly robed women, whose backs are all against each other, like in a what is essentially a triangle, and their feet are holding the bell, like the sounding part of that bell, such that you can literally see when you pay attention to it that their toes are curled around this like very sharp rim just above the bell.
Is there a clapper inside the bell to make it functional?
There is not.
Okay.
But when Crossroads picks it up, it sounds anyway.
Oh, I'm a bird right now.
Crossroads,
so-
do not touch that with your bare beak.
Am I still able to pick it up even though I'm a bird?
It is too heavy for you to lift, but you can hold it.
Oh.
If you
okay.
try to fly away with it, you just kind of knock over the box and tumble. But your beak is wide enough to grip it. You just can't lift it.
So it's just stuck in the bird way of like on
Yeah.
the handle
Mm-hmm.
and goes, Ash, it's heavy.
Ash is still wearing the opera gloves that she used as protection when she was opening the granny jar.
Mm-hmm.
So she comes over with her dusty, cremany gloved hands and just physically removes Bird from Belle, which she is also smart enough not to touch with her bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone this long without getting, like, super cursed.
Cool.
Today is not the day that I am going to be turbo cursed.
You should be
say that.
careful, Ash.
Yeah, I say that.
You notice very idly. You have wait. I'm trying to keep. I am aware that Crossroads has seen the entirety of the Cindered Seal in the horizon, but Ash has as well.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, I do know what I'm holding.
Right.
Yeah, Crossroads doesn't
I
know that
hate
Ash
this.
saw it though, so Crossroads is going to warn Ash by saying, you should be careful, Ash. It
Mhm.
looks like part of the dangerous thing.
If Ash wasn't holding the seal, she would bury her face in her hands, just because how dare it fucking be in the storeroom this whole damn time? And she just grabs a pashmina off a shelf and wraps it up, stuffs it in her handbag, and says, "We need to talk to Ring.
Mhm.
We needed Ring, honestly, about 5 minutes ago."
Everybody needs Ring.
I would like you to give me.
Oh no.
There's a roll that you need to give me to observe a thing. It's probably survey.
Okay. Well, that's slightly better than, my purse just straight up exploding. What's my position?
Your position is. Your
I
position
don't
is.
like how long it's
Nah,
taking
no,
you
your
to
position
decide.
is your position is desperate. Oh my god, you're interacting with the
Oh,
relic.
God.
I can't say no.
And my
But
effect?
your effect is. Your effect is standard.
Okay. And for the listening audience at home, I do have a backup character, so we're not super worried.
It would be a shame if you lost a character all of a sudden at this point.
And does God give me a bonus die today? Has the imperishable wing wrapped his feathery appendages around me in a shield of protection?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
But you should also consider yourself blessed that we don't have a devil's bargain.
That's a 5 and a 1, and I am marking that desperate XP.
Okay, nice. 5 is good. Okay, well, things that you notice immediately. The bell has a notch on it.
Is that where it plugs into the base?
Yeah, it you look at it and you get the impression that it is supposed to plug into a thing and turn, and when you do that, it is like inseparable from the thing that it is supposed to open or lock into or whatever. And that is deliberate. You can also tell on your gloves and on the pashmina that you've just wrapped it in, it is not on fire. It is not smoking, it is not warm, it is not hot. But it just keeps producing soot.
So
It's just
we
like
have a
piles
curse
of
ring.
soot is just falling out of this pashmina while like you have enveloped the entire thing, and it is now starting to like grow thicker and warmer in your hands because you can tell like piles of ash are like filling up in this cloth.
So
Okay,
we
can I
have
look
a-
in
we
the
have a
box?
ring-
Can I look in the box that Crossroads just yanked this out of?
It looks like it was previously very dirty, but it is not full of soot.
Is there anything else left in the box?
There is a very small letter. Like a very small envelope. Like an envelope the size of like a tarot card. But it's
Let's
addressed.
see it.
It's addressed to a name that you do not know, but that name has been scratched out. And then, right next to that scratched out name is what looks like a drawing of a cross, but all of the stems of that cross do not have faces. So it just looks like 4 vertices not touching each other, essentially. Crossroads, where are you when Ash looks into the box?
If Ash physically removed me from the bell, I guess I would be perched on Ash's shoulder now.
Okay, give me
Would my
a...
face have turned into soot because I touched it with my face?
Oh
and
yeah,
my
you
face
just
is an
you
object.
just have soot falling out of your open beak at the moment.
Oh, that's disgusting. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
I would like you to give me a survey roll.
survey roll.
A survey
I
or a
have
study
0
roll?
dots in that.
It can be a
I'll
study
roll
roll as
study
well.
then.
Mhm.
I'll roll study. I have 1 dot in that. What is
Your-
my position?
Your position is controlled, and your effect
Oh,
is limited.
limited. All right, let's roll. No bonus dice. That's a 6.
Ooh, nice. You know that symbol.
Says Crossroads.
Crossroads.
I'm very surprised.
Crossroads, I would like you to answer a question that I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, and it's only becoming thematically valuable now.
Okay, great, awesome.
Why is your name Crossroads?
Because Ruda told me it was Crossroads.
And why did Runa choose the name Crossroads?
I think because it was close enough to whatever Crossroads' original name was, but was kind of a play on the meaning. So I think originally Crossroads' name would have meant something more like cross paths or cross purposes. And so, crossroads, you have a soul that is at a crossroads. She thought that would be something meaningful without being the direct name for whatever reason.
Have you ever gotten letters from Runa that just didn't have your name on it? When Runa was still alive?
When Runa was still alive, considering that it seems like Runa was using Crossroads after they died for nefarious cult fighting activities, I guess previously Crossroads was privy to that, so probably yes.
You know that this is one of those letters. In fact, you know that because that symbol is on that letter, not only would it have to obviously have been written while Runa was still alive, but it would have to have been written sometime between you getting domed in the head and like a much earlier fight that had happened before that confrontation. Because as time as time went on, Runa stopped being in the habit of drawing those crossroads as long as they are drawn on this letter, or would just put 4 vertices on a piece of paper and hope that you figured it out. So this letter is quite old, and you've never seen it. But also, it's in this box. And Ash, you know that this box has been in this place since before you got here.
But I've also dealt with Runa before. Do I recognize her handwriting?
You do. But Runa didn't give this to you. You have no idea why a letter from Runa is in this box with this, because this box was here before you got here. But you know that it's Runa's.
Yeah. If the particular relative who I got this place from was still alive, I would sure have a lot of hostile questions for them, and there would be an awkward family dinner. So, Ash kind of tilts her head to tap Crossroads gently and goes, "Well, bird friend, you don't have thumbs right now. Should I open your mail for you?"
Crossroads has the letter in sooty beak and goes, "Oh yeah. Yes, please."
And Ash just goes, "Aphazivia mean." And she opens the letter and unfolds it and holds it up for Crossroads to read.
Okay.
Thank God I can read in this body.
Yes, you can read in this body.
Can you imagine if we had to install language packs on each individual hull body?
That would be quite a sight. When we return to Blades in the Dark, if anybody plays a Hull, I'm gonna make that mandatory in order to speak, but not today. So Crossroads. This is how do I describe this? This letter was obviously written by someone with ADHD. By this I mean it is less a formal letter and more a series of thoughts put in order. Whether that order is chronological or not is yet to be determined. But that letter essentially is an apology from Runa. For a fight that had taken place while you still had a body. A fight that you do not remember. Runa essentially says, "I'm very sorry that I've been so selfish with you these last few months. I sometimes struggle to know how I'm supposed to deal with people, and there are times when I think you not doing the thing that I want or doing it the way that I want it to be done is the same as you not loving me, and that makes me struggle sometimes. But I know that you care about me and you care about this work, and I hope that you stick around because it's just the two of us at this point. And like the majority of the bottom half of the letter is just Runa dwelling on a memory of one of the first times that you both started taking care of the Death Seeker crows. A very weird thing in the city altogether because most people are afraid of them because there are omens of death. They literally only arrive in a place when someone is dead or dying. And Runa noted that one of the reasons why why she was so fond of you in the first place is not only because you weren't afraid of them, but she noted like the overwhelming grace with which you take care of them. That they in the letter she like literally writes the words, when you feed them they are no longer birds. I'm not sure what they've turned into, but I know that they're not as simple as birds. And that like that kind of gracefulness is part of the reason why they thought that you were cool and worth hanging out with. And that's what inspired them to also take care of the Death Seeker crows with you and then take care of you. There is a hint in the letter that Runa knows that she's not supposed to do this because she has something else to do. And now that you know what's going on, you can imply as that's a reference to the fact that she was probably a relic hunter before she met you. And that she had diminished some level of that work because she wanted to spend time with you. And she's worried that she's being bad at it and that you would probably be better off not being in her company. And she apologizes for whether that's going to happen in the future and hopes that it doesn't. And next to her name as she closes the letter, she draws a little Death Seeker crow that is like picking at the accent in the U in her name. And that's the letter.
Crossroads reads this and is quiet for a very long time. And then it looks at Ash and it says, I am so sad and so depressed.
Crossroads is still on Ash's shoulder, right?
Yes.
So we're basically just beak to nose. Super uncomfortably close eye contact. But Ash reaches up and kind of pats Crossroads on its little metal head and says, Yep. This is unfortunately the human experience, and apparently being not made of meat doesn't exempt you from it. I'm sorry about that.
I still feel sad. The sadness is not leaving. What does Ring do when Ring is sad? Do you know? We needed Ring 5 minutes ago.
At this point, we needed Ring 15 minutes ago.
Oh no.
But you know, I think when Ring is sad, they go work about it, and they go volunteer about it, and they go take care of other people about it. And maybe that would be a good idea for us right now, too.
Crossroads thinks about that, then flaps off to the nearest hat-looking object in the back room, and then flaps back and puts it on Ash's head, because that's putting clothes on someone, and that's how people who are made of meat show love.
It's a very dusty bowler hat. It's very dirty.
Well, yes, we're both just spewing soot at this point. And to get back to rendezvous with the rest of the party, I think we should be using those underground tunnels because I don't want to be leaving a trail of soot in the snow for any old asshole to follow.
Indeed. But before that, just as the hat touches your head, remind me, the broken window, has it ever been fixed yet?
Yes, we
It's
paid
boarded
1 coin
over.
to fix it, yeah.
Okay, you hear a knock on the wooden board above the hole.
Should I pretend to be an
Jerks.
object?
Ash carefully places Crossroads on the counter and says, "You're a statue, unless you need to peck someone's eyes out. Got it?"
Okay, got it.
And
Crossroads
Ash goes
becomes
to answer the knock.
At the window are two obviously rough-looking individuals that you have never met before. One is tall and slim and very angry. He looks like what Popeye the Sailor would look like in a three-piece suit. And the other is a tan woman in a shirt that you can tell is too long for her, and a tattered skirt that reaches her just below the knee, and she is holding a billy club in her right hand and just kind of twirling it. And she speaks first and says, "You're the one with the priest, right?"
Are they
Oh,
both
no.
Akarosi?
You can tell that they're both Severosi.
Okay. Ash says, "I was showing the priest around town, yes."
Ah, okay. Anyway,
As I understand it, they've taken lodging elsewhere.
noted. Yeah, I don't know. And she turns to the other guy. The other guy shrugs. They briefly, like, kind of gesture at each other. And then she turns to you again, turns behind her, and you notice that there is a goat-drawn carriage behind them. The window, such as it is on that carriage, doesn't have glass, just has a curtain, and the curtain shifts. And on the other side of the curtain, you see Hunger.
Oh, thank God. I thought it was going to be my character's brother, so
Oh, good!
this is fine, actually.
Hunger, like, glances at you and is like, "You look like you've seen something worse than a ghost."
You know, I haven't slept well lately.
I've heard that you and your friends have been very busy lately, and I'm hoping that we can resolve that if you can come closer to this coach. Do you
I'm
step
afraid I have somewhere to be. No, I am not stepping outside of my shop.
Trust me, it's important. If you are about to deal with the man who owed us the thing, you're going to need what I have to offer.
Crossroads doesn't move, but Crossroads doesn't move very loudly.
Mm-hmm.
The woman watches both of you be like very like awkward in this moment and goes, boss, not gonna be presumptuous, but we could just go inside too.
I have tea.
Tea will do fine. And the other gentleman opens the carriage door. Hunger steps out. He closes the door behind him and opens your shop door, and they all enter. I know.
Yes, so because this is an antique shop, we do have furniture. So Ash, hostess with the mostesses, them into a bunch of mismatched chairs of varying heights.
I love it.
Just for the sheer fuck of it, nobody's chair is correct for their height. Like, the chair Hunger winds up in is certainly too short so that his knees are up around his rib cage.
Mm-hmm.
His lady bodyguard's feet are dangling a full 2 inches off the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You
put him in like
bodyguard is on a stack of cushions.
Yeah. The armchair that you put Hunger in is like so mismatched for his entire body shape that it feels like he's being eaten by it briefly.
But it is also the fanciest one in the shop. Like, it has gilded woodwork around it. It's fancily upholstered. There's embroidery. Like, there is no way that he can claim that Ash is not attempting to put him into a seat of honor. It's just one that's not right for his body.
Nice. So he sits down in it. You can tell that he's very awkward about it. And then he adjusts himself as best as he could so that he can try his very best to look regal in this chair. And then he reaches into his coat pocket and throws 2 velvet pouches onto the nearest coffee table. One of them sounds like it's full of coins. The other one sounds like it's full of stones.
No. You put those away. You know full well that tea is always for guests. And Ash begins puttering. Like, Ash keeps the hot plate right by the register so that she doesn't have to go into other rooms when she's manning the shop.
Mm-hmm.
So she starts the tea going. She puts her bag down next to Crossroads. So Crossroads is basically just guarding the seal and the ring in the bag now.
Crossroads is doing amazing at being a statue, by the way.
Crossroads
No
is
one
such
can
a good
tell.
statue.
No one can tell.
Uh-huh. This is not for the tea. I'm very grateful. And I will enjoy a cup.
Well, the biscuits aren't any good either, so really, put your money away.
You misunderstand. I appreciate your hospitality, and I will enjoy it as much as you will grant it. But I am in a hurry, and I know that you are as well. So we will have this cup of tea, and we will be done. Hopefully, in the space of our drink, it will be enough for me to confer some blessings to you.
Ash is pouring tea. She is bringing over a sizable tin of biscuits.
And
she has a nice plain little kitchen chair that she can then pull over for herself.
He takes one biscuit out of the tin and looks at it. Smells it.
They're the kind with the jammy centers.
Oh, I love those.
He eats it in one bite. They've obviously been a couple of days stale, but he doesn't notice. That's very
Ash is,
nice.
of course, offering around the biscuits to the rest of Hunger's party too, because we are good hosts over here.
The gentleman just shakes his head. The The lady god just takes a fistful of them and shovels that entire fist into her mouth.
Good move, ma'am.
And Hunger goes, what I have to offer you tonight are favors. Nothing more, nothing less. The first is gold. You often need money in order to buy arms. I'm not sure if you know someone who's going to offer you a rifle for free. You probably do. And in any case, that's more than enough money for the entertainment of that last night that we met.
Ash's full-on steepled fingers, like, visibly stressed. Why on earth would I need a rifle? What do you know about my life that I don't?
I know that when we met, you said that you were in the business of a man that you are not in the business of. To acquire a thing that neither of us had and that we know that he wants. And I know that the wind has told me that you were briefly in conversation with a markswoman named Casta. He takes a sip of his tea. You don't need to know how I know that, and it's none of my business what else happened during that interaction. I am here to tell you. The work that you're about to do is the kind of thing that makes birds knock on your door. And I'm here to prevent that from happening because you are kin to me.
I appreciate the gesture, but the work we are doing is also what's going to keep the rest of this city alive.
I like this city and I like life. Why would I not reward you for that? You know as well as I do.
Because what we are about to do is the very bare minimum of living in a community. You come from a clan, and as well as I do, and you know that we take care of our own without expectation of reciprocity, without expectation of reward. Life is inherently worth preserving. And if I can do that for this city, even a city that has no love for our people, that is worthwhile in and of itself. I chose to live here, and I am taking responsibility for that.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness. When was the last time that you've been to a Severosi Mass?
It's been a few months.
So you know as well as I do, even as you haven't been partaking as often, that when someone is to bless a home or secure it against ill will, that priest still gets paid. Do you know why that priest gets paid? It's because if the priest runs out of salt, things go sour.
Yes. And because when one becomes a priest, their clan is God, and then it is our responsibility to care for priests because they don't have people.
You are doing indescribable work, Ash. You're doing it in one of the most wretched cities on earth. And willing to do it for free, and I am blessed by that. But I need you to have salt. because you are kin to me, yes, but also because you are right that this city is in a dire place. I don't just say this because I need to continue eating in it, and I would like very much for the people who I consider my colleagues to continue being able to give me the money that allows me to eat. I say it because there are very few places for our kin to still feel safe. And you're willing to do this work for a place that is not one of those places anyway. And as such, I have come with 3 favors, and one of them is gold.
Thank you.
Thank you, of the Flame the Ash. And thank the Wing when you meet them again.
Ash reaches out and takes one of Hunger's hands, the one not occupied with the teacup, in both of hers, and she says, if my problems are other people's problems, then their problems are also mine.
And he nods to you, puts down his teacup, and places his other hand atop your hand and says, I'm blessed to know that there are people of such strong will in this city. You're going to change a lot of things, and I'm sure one of my favors will prove this to you. But before I mention that, I must mention my second favor, which is your pick of my men.
I will not choose any who do not want to go. So I will have those of them who are willing to shelter under his wing. And I know that's not often a large number, but I would so much rather have those who are working willingly than those who feel that they must.
The woman with the billy club, who is like still shoveling cookies into her face, and like twirling that billy club with her other hand, shoots up out of her chair, which is like a couple of feet off the ground entirely. So in doing so, she just kind of catapults towards the ground. And then straightens up and, like, with her mouth full says, Underwood, I'm good with fighting things.
Ash pours her a refill of tea.
Downs it in one go. Puts the teacup down. If you can't tell, I'm always itching for a fight. The Wing's been here for me, and I doubt they're gonna leave this time. And the other guy turns to Hunger, shrugs, turns to you and nods. And then Hunger says, not everybody is prepared for fighting. I don't typically run that kind of operation, but suffice it to say that even the least of them is willing to do what is necessary to stop this kind of wickedness taking place in this city. I simply ask you how much of them you need.
You have offered me more than enough. 2 willing hearts is better than 20 paid.
Duly noted. You have my best guards then. They will stay with you and travel wherever you wish.
And Ash turns to the guards and says, thank you.
the woman with the billy club, has already generated another fistful of cookies and is already in the middle of choking again when she turns to you and nods. Um,
I already love her. What's her name? What are both their names?
um, the gentleman's name, Hunger tells you that the gentleman's name is Pietri. Um, and everyone just calls the woman Stone. She jokes that
Okay.
that's not her name, but that she prefers it anyway. Hunger kind of
Gotcha.
idly jokes. Essentially, they're both called Stone, but that's just fine by me. And then he says, "Now for my third favor," and points at the velvet pouch full of stones that is still on the table. Do you know what those are?
Are we fortune telling today? I am so sorry, but I don't think there's time for a game of dominoes right now.
Not the whole game. You know that you can witness a path without playing the whole game. You just need one stone. I'm honored that you even know what they look like. Most people still play them on paper these days, which I hate because it doesn't have the same feel, obviously.
It's not a sound you forget. That clacking.
Indeed. So, would you like to draw? It's already been shaken up quite enough in the drive. I'm sure whatever you select will be exactly what you need to see.
Yes, I'll draw.
Okay. You reach your hand into the bag. This obviously very expensive bag. And the first thing that you notice before you even take anything out of that bag is just the touch of these stones is like immaculate. You can tell that this is both someone's heirloom set of pathing stones, and that they've been keeping it in pristine condition for ages because they feel brand new. And you reach into it and you take out a stone. It is a rock like you've never seen before, which impresses you even more about the quality of this set of pathing stones, because it looks like lapis lazuli, but its blue is darker, and it shimmers like opal, but not in as many colors, and kind of dimmer, except for this one point of pure white somewhere near the heart of the stone that is so bright that when you turn it for it to shimmer in your direction, it feels as if pure light is hitting you in the eye. You know that this is the stone for what is called, for the pathing stone for the omen that is considered the dimmest night. It is the stone that is typically considered the omen of opportunities that are taken in darkness. It provides better readings when compared with other things, but by itself, it is either the reading that a thing is unknown, or that a thing is about to be learned through a great deal of effort. And you are looking at it, and for a moment you feel as if you are like sinking all the way into the sight of this stone, like falling into the unlit sky of Duskwall. And the closer that you get to that light that is still like burning very bright in your eyes, you see the imperishable wing, like standing in the shadow, just like barely being lit by this star. And he winks at you, and you have now emerged from this dream, this vision of sight that you just had. Um, and you very quickly put the stone back in the bag. What do you think that stone tells you?
Dark nights are when you see the best stars.
You don't say that aloud, but when you like glance up from the bag and towards Hunger, he is grinning at you. And he says, "I suppose you saw exactly what you needed to see, and whatever it is none of my business. So I trust that that will be information enough for you to plan your next steps. As I've mentioned, you have coin for arms, you have my best soldiers, and I hope that by this time tomorrow, the next time that I see you, you're covered in the blood of your enemies."
I would never track blood into your clean home. Of course I will bathe first.
If it's your enemies, I'd prefer it if you tracked them. And he makes it back to the door and says, "And a reminder to you, whenever you have a problem, it's my problem too." And he leaves. He gets into his coach and it drives off. Unled. Like, those goats just know where they're going. They just take off on their own.
Very good goats.
Very good goats. Well-trained goats. And we follow that coach just riding through the snow a couple of blocks as it makes its way like past the docks, and we just kind of zone in on Melvir's home. Melvir emerges from like the very meager kitchen where he typically both prepares food and prepares his own medicine, with like a small pipette of some shimmering purple liquid and a large pot of tea, and steps from that kitchen into his bedroom where we see Skelly lying down in bed. Skelly, in your mind, you feel like you have been resting for ages. You feel like, you know, the kind of heavy that you feel when you are not tired but very well rested? You feel that right now. And that physical sensation is the physical sensation that stirs you very slowly into waking when Melvir puts the pot down by the bedside table beside you, and turns away, not at all expecting for you to get up, just like having left it there under the assumption that at some point maybe you'll drink it. He's done this for several days now, and every time that you're still asleep, he just throws it out. He just throws it out and makes a new one. And moves over to a rocking chair by a window on the other side of the room and starts reading very thick physiology manual that he has on a desk nearby. Are you just gonna let Melvir think he's still asleep?
I don't know if she would move quickly. Yeah, no. So, yeah, I guess she starts kind of stirring, stretching.
Give me a finesse roll. Your position is risky, and your effect is standard.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. Here we go. That's a double one.
Wow. What happens here?
Epic fail.
There's an unused bedpan, like to the like right edge of the bed. And the very first thing that you do as you stir, your right leg just kind of falls off the bed and clatters against it.
No.
You are struggling at this moment to have limbs. And Melville just shoots right out of that chair and rushes towards you. Skelly, are you okay? Do you need to take it? You don't need to get up. If you need me to get anything for you, I can go and do that. Are you all right? How do you feel? You've been out for a while. I heard you've been through a lot. Are you okay?
I'm hungry.
Melville looks at you, absolutely seriously for a beat, and then starts laughing maniacally. You goddamn fool! I heard you've been in gunfights, and you got ambushed by cops in the snow, and I hear that you pass out, and now you're just hungry. You're just Oh my god. And he puts his hand on your shoulders and is still laughing hysterically at you. And then he just throws his arms around you. This very tight hug.
Skelly does not know how to do a hug thing. This is a thing that is weird, and she kind of awkwardly pats his back because it seems like a thing that she saw Ring do. And so it's probably what you do to huggers.
What would Ring Dalmor do? It's foolproof.
And he doesn't move, he's still hugging you. And he says, you are, without a doubt, one of the most stubborn, most reckless, most incorrigible persons I have ever met or treated in my entire life. And if you don't know yet that if something happened to you, I would be very upset with you, you know now.
Skelly's just like, this is her interiority is like, does this mean I can't do that anymore? What do I? Oh no!
Almost psychically, he finally steps away from you and puts his hands back on your shoulders and says, "So you're not allowed to do that, right? It's against the rules. If you die, I'll kill you. You get that?"
I don't want to die.
Good.
It seems like a neutral enough statement that she's just like, well, I'm not going to make any promises, but I can own that.
And then he opens a drawer from the bedside table and takes out this large wooden box, maybe an inch taller than a cigar box, and puts it in your hand, and you can feel things rattling in it.
What is this?
That's medicine. You need to eat something, and your friends need to be better at taking care of their own wounds, because I know for a fact that Ring was here a while ago and was like, a thing is happening and we need Skelly to do the thing because Skelly is the only person who's actually adequate shot in our entire group, and blah 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 blah. So you're gonna, if you get scratched, if you get shot, if anything happens to you, you're gonna go in that box and gonna do whatever you need to not die. And so are all of your friends. They're very strange.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But you and all of your friends are not gonna die, and you're gonna come right back here, and we're gonna eat like you have never eaten before. You're gonna eat all of it, and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna eat it at the dinner table, and you're not gonna complain.
At the dinner table.
Yes, here. No more climbing roofs and eating by yourself. We're gonna make an entire thing of it. You have no choice. And you're gonna come back, and that's gonna happen, and you have no choice in that either. Got it?
Okay.
Good. If you need to sleep still, sleep. If you need to meet your friends and do whatever this thing is, I trust you. Because I already told you you're not allowed to die. And there's tea. And then he takes his book and he steps out of the room.
Is there food though?
He just made tea, I'm sorry. He didn't expect you to be awake.
She gets some tea.
Okay. And when we next meet, all of you, you will finally be ready to do the thing. But before we get to that point, I think that it's fair that everybody gets to take a slight break. Because we're trying very eagerly to ensure that we get to do the thing. So a reminder to everyone in chat that a break for us is also a break for you as well. So take this moment to stretch, drink some water, do whatever you need to also take care of yourself, because something happening to you is also against the rules. But me and my strange friends will be back in about 10 minutes with more of the case of the Cindered Seal. Hello, everybody. We have returned for more of the Case of the Cindered Seal, our Speculate special event on this channel. Uh, a lot has happened in the last hour and change that we've been playing, and now we are about to get into some real trouble as we head off to actually interact with Aldo Booker. But before we get to that point, I would like to ask first and foremost, now that uh, after everybody has been previously separated, um, where is everybody about to meet up now?
Are we regrouping at the Grave Cave, team?
That sounds wise.
That sounds smart, yes.
And Brandon, we established that I get an Indulge Vice roll for having provided hospitality.
Yes, so we should check that roll first.
Any bonus dice on it?
Yeah, because you were interacting with Hunger, I'd give you one bonus die.
Thank you. I have cleared all my stress.
Wonderful.
That is
Yay.
a 6, and I had 6 stress. This
Nice.
frees me up to do so many exciting things.
I'm glad that it was exactly 6, that you didn't
Yes.
overindulge, because that would have been terrible at this point.
How
Brilliant.
many coin worth was that bag from Hunger?
That's... Jesus, that's like 24 coin.
Okay, so
Oh,
Brandon,
wow.
why don't we just tell you the gear that we have?
Yeah, you'll just I mean, you will still be heavy. You can still have too much things on you. But suffice it to say that at this point, if you want to acquire an asset, you just acquire it. You have Hunger's coin. You got coin you got coin on Porter's Day from this old lady whose name totally escapes me all of a sudden.
Cheryl
Cheryl.
Revis.
Right.
Iori, yes.
So you'll just have coin. Y'all are flush with money at this point. If you want to acquire an asset that costs money, or from someone for whom money would be more suitable than a favor, you just have it. I just need to know what it is. Which also means that if you want fine versions of any of your armaments, you could just let me know what that is. So long as you're all not suddenly improving the quality of everything that you own, because you don't have enough coin for that, but...
Well, because sometimes acquire asset is not just one item. I was wondering, acquire asset, improved quality, weapons.
That you can some of that you can acquire from spending money, and the rest of that you can acquire from simply asking Hunger.
Yeah. So, crew, would we rather have lightning batons or just improved versions of our own stuff?
I'm really leaning towards lightning batons. That sounds rad as hell.
As cool as that is, I think Skelly at least would just want more guns, but that's just Skelly though.
Would Skelly want more guns or better guns? Because technically, after lifting Casta's items, Skelly already has more guns.
What is the quality of the gear we lifted off Casta? Because she specializes in this shit, right? She's got something nice.
Many of Casta's small blades are fine. Many of Casta's hunting and sniper rifles are fine or exquisite.
Oh.
You hear that, Valerie? You just got an exquisite sniper rifle.
I'll call her Bianca.
Oh.
And don't forget that Casta also had grenades.
Yep. We did remember that. Crew, do we want to do these acquire assets now or flash back to them when we need them?
Let's flash back as we go.
Yeah, cool.
Brandon,
we're
I
playing
wanted to
blades in
ask-
its spirit. I love this. Yes, Jeoi.
Because some of Crossroads' abilities depend on its own hardware, such as the electroplasmic projectors, and I'm presuming some of its ability to interface, would it be possible to use that coin to upgrade, say, its electroplasmic projectors or whatever it uses to do ghost stuff? Like, is Crossroads a good hole or a fine hole? Because we already know that there are fancier ones out there, so presumably it's
Yes.
not the greatest.
Unfortunately, Crossroads is not fine quality. The hull that you would have seen in Aldo's manner is fine or exquisite. You are unfortunately not. I'm trying to remember a thing about the fugitives sheet. Let me see if there's anything here that would. Aha! Neat.
I'm not a fine hole, but I may be the friendliest hole.
So, here's what I will say. Between functionally asking Hunger if there are any jewelers or optometrists on his payroll, and employing your dedicated costumer, it is theoretically possible for you to get fine lenses for your electroplasmic projectors, which will make them fine. Or you have another thing for your base hull. Hold on. Let me see all of the things that you can do.
I can interface, I can use electroplasmic projectors, and on my secondary hull, I have the smoke screen projectors.
Right. You can improve your electroplasmic projectors, which would how do I describe this mechanically? The improved quality of your electroplasmic projectors would be such that it costs 1 drain every second time that you use it. And your interface can be improved such that you can maintain consciousness in more than one object at a time. That is, for instance, you can be present in 2 hulls at once, or physically be aware of another space and your hull at the same time. But one of those adjustments is free, and the other one will cost 10 coin.
For the electroplasmic projectors, the current text for it is take 1 drain for each level of magnitude. So when you say it would cost 1 drain each separate time,
I essentially mean a 1 level use of your projectors will be free, but a 2 level will be 1 drain. A 3 level will be 1 drain, technically 1.5 drain. A 4 level will be 2 drain, etc.
Okay.
So yeah. Petrie and Stone count as a small gang. They're both cutters. They're going to get in a lot of fights. That's gonna be delightful. Ash has lots of coin and a small bag full of cursed artifacts.
And magic hands.
And magic hands. Let's not forget the magic hands. Skelly has just been discharged from medical treatment and knows where all of Castor's guns are in the Grave Cave. And Ring can choose to employ some porters as an additional small gang for movement, reconnaissance, etc. But before you all meet, as you're all still traveling, Ring, one of the kids stops you while you're like on the move. Which
Who is
of the
this?
porters is this? I'm gonna ask you.
Let me look at my notes and think about who
In
this
fact, hold on. Let me look at my notes.
So I don't have all of my notes up just now, but if it's one of the much younger ones, it could be Moss. If it's one of the like older teens, it could be Tristan. Tristan was in the got hurt in the fight when we were fleeing the assailants that jumped Ash and Crossroads. And Moss was one of the younger kids who did jobs for Aldo, if I remember correctly.
No, yeah, it's Moss. It's Moss.
Okay.
That's who I was. Right. Cool. Brilliant. Are you traveling through the underground passageways, or are you just like walking in the snow?
I think if there's at some point they have to get out into the snow because I don't think the underground passageways lead directly to the grave cave.
They do not. They lead very, very close, but if you were traveling through the underground passageways, that means that Moss would have to catch you there first.
Since we got use of them through Dern, that seems pretty easy.
Yeah. So, like, about halfway on your way, Moss just turns from a corner from the other side, and bumps into you. Like, "Oh, Mr. Ring, I was just looking for you. I figured you'd be down here. I have this for you," and hands you a folded slip of paper.
Should I read this now?
I think so. You're headed that way anyway?
Open.
This is Blue Coat's stationery. It's a piece of like a torn notepad, and it just says, "Meet me at Runa's gravestone."
Brandon, Ring is not going to go. That's a fucking ambush. You may be trying to help, but I have a very hard time justifying why Ring would go and do this. Ring might send somebody who the Bluecoats wouldn't know is associated with Ring to spy on that person. That's the most.
My small body. You can send my small body.
I have so many plans. You don't need to give me more help.
Okay, duly noted.
I might flash
Mara
back.
Kesserin will remember that.
She is welcome to. 2 of my bullet points are about her.
Duly noted. Okay, cool. So Moss is like, "Well, I figure you're kind of busy, so I just wanted to make sure that you saw that before you did anything else. I heard that the weather's gonna change kind of rapidly in a bit. So I just wanted to see you before that happened. Do you mind if I tell you a thing, Mr. Ring?"
Sure, go ahead.
And she just kind of like stands there for a bit. He, like, you can notice that Moss is like bouncing on the balls of his feet, kind of nervous. And then Moss just hugs you.
Kind of wrap an arm down around to squeeze him back.
I don't
I've been
know.
through worse. I'll be back.
I know that it's you. You're Mr. Ring, but a lot is happening, and I don't know what it is, and it's very weird, and it's very silly, and it doesn't make sense.
Remember what I said about why we have crews?
Mm-hmm.
Just remember that.
Okay. And that means that if you need us, we're there too. So just let us know.
It's a big city. My plan might require a little bit of help from you or some of the others. So you'll want to be ready.
Okay. And Moss steps back, like kind of flexes their knuckles a little bit, and then gives you a salute, and then heads back through the passageways he came from, and you continue on your way.
Cool.
When you all meet at the, in fact, before you, because you have to come out of the underground passageways to emerge, so I will say that you all are lucky enough to meet each other in the underground passageways just before you like step out into the snow. At which point I would like Ring to give me a 3-die fortune roll.
Okay.
Has
Should I write
anyone noticed that my bag is just spewing soot?
Yeah.
Should I write anything under notes, Brandon?
Baby, it's cold outside.
Cool. Sure.
I don't know why I did that to you, but I'm doing
635.
Okay. It is actually quite clear at the moment. There is still some slush on the floor as far as the eye can see, but it is not presently snowing, and if it maintains this like level of clarity in the sky, it is likely that it will not snow for some hours, so you might be good probably even until the rest of the night, but you highly suspect that you will need to check again before the mission gets underway. You highly suspect though that the conditions are ideal for not being tripped up by snow or black ice getting in the way of travel. What this accounts to mechanically is an additional die for preparation because you don't have to prepare for travel.
Cool.
So you meet at the grave cave. What's the first things that come to you all as you prepare for the thing?
I guess it would depend. Were we all traveling separately, or were a couple of us traveling together? Because if Crossroads, sticking to Ash's cover story of being a priest of the imperishable wing, would have stayed with Ash to be decked out properly, because I'm presuming that Crossroads is not going into this naked.
Yes, we dressed Crossroads up.
Yes. What I will say is, you all traveled well. At least Skelly will have met you up afterward. But it is possible that Ring could have met up with Ash and Crossroads beforehand, if only to acquire any additional resources that they would have only learned the hunger has to offer from Ash. Which could very well also have been that you meet up in the underground passageways, and Ash tells you, "Hey, if you needed a thing, we could always ask Hunger." But because you don't want anybody to know where the grave cave is, you decide to meet elsewhere.
Cool.
Yeah. So whatever you need can easily be flashbacked from that point. So
Ring absolutely tells everybody what they heard about Aldo's potential mesmerism powers, so that it's not a surprise to anyone.
Yeah, useful.
And then
Crossroads helpfully notes that it can turn off its eyes if it wants.
I think at this point, Ash gives the ram's ring to Ring and says, "It's some kind of cursed, and I'm not responsible enough. I don't think anybody but you is probably responsible enough to handle it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry."
what would like if Ring asks like what would this do if it was good, or if I got the best version of it?
How much do you know about the ram?
I'm guessing Ring knows basically zero, because they were raised in the cult of the ecstasy of the flesh.
Okay. So you know very few cult things.
Yeah.
The ram is good at being right and making people get into fights about how right they are. And given that your sense of right is generally a decent and compassionate one, I feel safer handing this to you than just about anyone else.
Okay. I'll hope to not need to.
Yeah. Any time that we don't need to use the cursed artifact is, in my book, a win.
I have some other ideas on what we can do.
Okay. So I take it then that we're getting into actual planning territory at this point.
Yeah, what kind of plan do folks want to do?
I think we need to get in on stealth, probably.
I think
But
that makes
I'm
sense.
biased, I'm the lurk.
Yep. And we have those fine disguises from the costumer that gives bonuses on stealth, which could help after the engagement rolls, so that we can get to where we need to be in terms of Aldo and whatever.
And
that
don't we
makes
get
sense.
a +1 to the engagement roll anyway?
We do. We get that from weaving the web in consorting with Casta.
Brilliant.
So Ring also already got access to blueprints. Did those blueprints include this residence of Aldo's?
You do have a blueprint of portions of all those residents. There are parts of those blueprints that August lets you know have been altered before he got a hold of them, with the deliberate intention of obscuring physical space deeper within that residence. So you can look at the blueprints and know that there are portions of the building that don't make sense, and that those are there specifically so you do not know what's actually in that space. But it does provide you with entrances and a few good hiding places near those entrances for you to figure out your next move beyond that point.
Okay. Yeah, if that gives us an entry point for a stealth plan, I think we're good to go.
Yeah. Entry point is all you need. Everything else is up to you.
Would we get another bonus if Ring brings very good whiskey to the gondoliers? I can also save that for an exit route, because I figure underground pathways could help a fair bit, but another approach is to go by water, and then you don't have to do district checks.
So on the one hand, I was thinking about it because that was actually very ingenious of you. But on the other hand, I was asking myself this purely philosophical question about the nature of alcohol, which is fine whiskey fine because it has a stronger alcohol content, or because it tastes good?
I think it's probably because it tastes better.
It's taste, yeah.
Yeah. It's the difference between Jack and Cavalan.
Right, because it's not fine rot gut.
Cool, weird noting. Right. I would give you that +1 if you wanted to do that.
So that's another +1, +2 to engagement roll total.
God, a lot is happening with this engagement roll already.
Web and bribing gondoliers. 'Cause I was thinking that Ring's contact Erit, a youth, would be a porter that then joined the gondoliers.
Well, then that's a connection you already have. You don't need to spend that whiskey. You're just being
Well,
kind at that point.
It's expressed because I want to use the Chekhov's whiskey from episode 2 or whatever it was. And so, like, in that montage, we see Ring hand over a bottle that we, the audience, remember from that shelf. And that's all I want from that.
Fair enough. Works for me. Cool. Of those dice that you've already counted, you've counted the weather as well already.
I have weaving the web and bribing gondoliers.
Right, okay. So, the weather is available to you as well because I've given you that +1.
So we'd be at a base of 4.
Yes.
1 for free, and 3 for bonuses.
So let's ask some questions then. Let's find
any bonus for Skelly's scout, because she could get into position in advance and camouflage herself.
You would have to do the gather info first. Do you want to do that first?
I don't know if we need it, or do we want to just do the engagement roll and go from there? And maybe do that.
I mean, blueprints tell you the layout of the building itself. If you wanted to know whether it is well guarded from the outside, or
like occupied, who's in there, that might be the information that we would want.
Yes, a gather information would be valuable in that sense.
I would like to note that I have Infiltrator as a special ability, which means that I am not affected by quality or tier when bypassing security measures.
Oh, yeah.
That and your special hand business would be very useful in for a stealth mission. But for the people who have
Brandon,
to actually get in the
Brandon,
fight...
never call it special hand business again, please.
Oh God! Oh Lord! Apologies. Yes. Your ability to relocate people that has been gifted to you by the Imperishable Wing does in fact have great usefulness in a circumstance like this. But for the people who have to get in a fight, it would probably still be useful to know whether there are guards, because if anyone's going to fight them, it's going to be everybody but Ash. So if you wanted to do a survey, I would recommend it.
Yes, I am more than happy to roll a survey. Shall we go ahead?
I was actually thinking, well, it could be, anyone can do it actually, but I imagined that Skelly would be also equally best suited to that work. But...
Wait. Valerie, how many dots does Skelly have in that?
Deuce.
Oh, ditto.
Then it could be either one of you. Works for me.
Yeah, I would get the +1 die for scout.
Okay, then you do it.
Right, yeah. Cool.
Let's take that +1.
So, you will roll survey +1. Your position is... Yeah, your position is controlled. There's no reason why it should be desperate at this. No, it's risky actually. That's false. Your position is still risky, but it's not desperate. That's all. And your effect is standard. Yeah.
Okay. 651.
Ooh, nice. From a good enough vantage point, like your eyesight is so good, and the quality of the scope on your brand new rifle that you just stole off Casta's unconscious body is so good that you can actually see, like the entirety of the north, south, and west sections of Aldo's property without even entering Brightstone. You are just on the roof of like some manufacturing building on the west side, just like peering down through this scope, and you can tell that there is one guard at every outer door, and you see three, but you know from the blueprints that there are four, so it is possible that that one also has a guard, but none of them can see each other, and none of them patrol. And that there is one sniper from like a very obviously hollowed out tree, like just further south of the property. Like because you are high up, you can see that someone has cut entire branches of that tree just so someone can comfortably sit in it. But from ground level, somebody would probably never even notice that someone is there. But you can see them, and they are trained specifically at the large double-doored outer gate where you presume is the main thoroughfare of that building, where like trucks and like if large carriages carrying property were to pass through that space, it would pass through that gate first. There is another gate that you can like see the edge of from the north side, but based on all of the information that you have gathered, it is not being watched. And you can thoroughly presume as a result that there are sufficiently 5 guards, four on the ground and 1 in the air.
All right, I'm gonna take that information back to my team.
Mm-hmm. The quality of that
Wherever they-
information allows Ash to just know that once they just get rid of one guard, whatever point of entry that is right behind them is just easy to use.
Nice.
I will also mention that the blueprints let Ring know that there is somewhat of a sound activated security system in this space, which is essentially that there are at some but not all of those entry points, in particular the western door does not have one of these, but all of the others do, that there are ornaments that are placed near the lamplights on the wall that are like very uniquely constructed to determine whether the door that is leading to that hallway has been opened by a key or not. You have no idea what it does when it's triggered, but you know that August has told you that it is a security system of some sort, and that the only one that doesn't have one is the western door. When you show that part of the blueprint to the crew, Crossroads, you know that those elements that have been pointed out to Ring are also some of the most expensive parts of the already expensive walls of the walkway. Like, literally, like gold or silver inlays within the wall that have no purpose for the actual lamps themselves. They're just kind of there.
Crossroads feels ugly.
Oh no. Oh lord. And with that, we can get into the rest of our preparation then. Let me find those questions, because I keep forgetting what page that's on.
128.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mike did the homework.
This is why I'm glad that Mike's here. I don't need to know the rules. Someone will just tell me where I can find them.
This is why it's good for me to play a spider type character.
What would Ring Dalmor do? Have a rule book.
So, is this operation particularly bold or daring? Take plus 1d. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? Take minus 1d. I think you've gained 1d for that as well, which puts you at 5. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? Take plus 1. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations? Take minus 1d. It's Aldo's house, so he is particularly equipped for intruders. So minus 1. So you are back at 4.
Okay.
Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? Or are there enemies or rivals interfering in the operation? You have already gained plus 1 for all of the contacts that you have invoked.
Yep.
Except you are getting 1 for hunger as well.
So that takes us back to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. I think 5 is the most I've ever rolled on an engagement.
I'm kind of curious all of a sudden what is the absolute very highest that you can ever possibly roll, but I'm sure the engagement roll in particular is the one thing that you can go wild and essentially like empty out all of your d6s on.
Yeah, I think there's some forged games where you're not allowed to roll more than 5 dice. I don't know that Blades is one of them. We can probably get up to 6 or 7 by stacking a couple of abilities if you get no penalties.
Mm-hmm. Aha. Is that... Yes, I will say that that's it.
Okay.
So, I will ask you then to roll.
Engagement roll. I'm happy to roll unless someone else would like to.
Rings the one with the plan, so it has to be them.
Ring, 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 ring.
If you crit on this, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Now you've jinxed it.
I've given this operation a special name.
Operation Eat the Rich. Lovely.
It's too many dice to not get a 6. 4, 2, 2, 1, 4, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's kind of cruel all of a sudden, unfortunately.
It'd be really funny if we got a crit and it was just like whatever that first obstacle was, we just ignore it. Like, whoop.
Yeah. It just so happens this one guard has fallen asleep and the door is already open.
Yeah.
But a mixed result means that you're in a risky position when the action starts. So you all gather near the vantage point that Skelly used to scope out the place in the first place, so you can get another look at what the action looks like at the point in time that you decide to move. Is this in the afternoon or the evening? I assume that it's closer to evening.
Evening. I like the cover of darkness.
Well, it's always dark.
Yeah,
It's duskfall.
But it's either dim or it's pitch black. You can only choose one.
Yeah. I would rather have the dim, especially because, like, this neighborhood has better street lamps, but that also means that the spaces between street lamps are just that much darker.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So, as you gather near that vantage point, just to get a greater sense of what's happening in the moment at Aldo's Manor, you notice that all of a sudden the floor guards are actually patrolling now. They're only patrolling in their immediate area, except for the guy at the western door who still very conveniently is going much further than his western periphery by stepping south side, but only so he can have idle conversation with the south side guard, which briefly distracts them from the south side door, which means that every once in a while both of those doors are briefly unsupervised, but every once in a while someone is looking at all of those doors at any one point in time. So if you move then, you'd be essentially waiting to figure out which is which. Or you can wait wait closer to the building and get a better sense of whether that door is unoccupied, and then make your move to the door at that point. So who moves first?
I could lead a group sneak action.
That makes
I
sense.
would want to wait until both those guards are having their little chat, of course.
Okay. Give me a 2-die fortune roll.
Okay.
Before we get to the thing, let's decide what's happening as you move to the gate.
We have a 1 and a 4.
Okay, just as you step closer to this space, you notice that the guard at the western door is just about to begin his patrol and has started moving towards the southern wall. Which means that if you move just as he dips past that corner and the wall eventually becomes a blind spot, you can make a dash for the door and hope that it goes very well before he turns back.
Yeah, let's live a little.
So when you make a group action, everybody does the thing, and the leader of that group action takes stress for everyone who does not succeed. Essentially carrying the team.
We have fine disguises from a what's the actual upgrade? Dedicated costumer, which gives us +1d to actions involving stealth or charisma.
Because of your coin, those are exquisite now.
Oh ho!
So that's +1. That's +2d to everyone. And if I'm not mistaken, Ash, you already have something that gives you +1d for infiltrations in the first place.
Let's see, where is that?
Let me see the thing. I might be mistaken.
Oh, I think you might be thinking about ambush, and that's attacking from hiding.
Aha, I see.
I was not smart enough to take expertise as a special ability, unfortunately.
Right. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about Infiltrator. You are not affected by quality or tier when you bypass security measures. So, I'm going to tell everybody else what they're rolling, and then I'm going to tell Ash.
Gotcha.
Everyone else, you will be making a prowl roll +2d to all of you. Your position is risky and your effect is limited. Ash, when you prowl, your position is controlled.
Yep.
And your effect is still limited. Wait, no, your effect is actually standard.
All right, and my bonus die are still 2?
Yes, you also get +2.
Okay.
Okay, rolling now. For Crossroads, that's a 2, a 5, a 5, and a 3.
Okay.
And gets 443.
Skelly has 644.
Ash has 1, 2, 3, 5.
Okay, everybody succeeded, which is good. That could have gone poorly.
Well done, team.
Woo! Teamwork makes the dream work.
In fact, the hilarious thing, mechanically based on these rolls, is that Ash is cautiously leading everybody towards the door, And then Skelly just kind of takes off running right in front of everyone and is already starting to pick the lock on the door. For which I would need you to give me a finesse roll, or you could just like kind of stare at the door and wait for somebody else to do it.
I presume this is the western door, the one that doesn't have an alarm.
Ellie
attached
has
to it?
this
Yes.
much finesse.
The western
Like-
door is not alarmed.
If you wanted Skelly to shoot the door from a distance, maybe. Finesse, not so much.
Okay.
Crossroads has 2 finesse, but I cannot justify how Crossroads would know how to pick a door lock.
Crosses just grabs the doorknob and twists.
Yeah,
Ash has 1 finesse and fine lockpicks.
Yeah, that's more than enough. That gives you the ability to essentially make that finesse roll for picking that lock +1.
Okay, what is my position?
Your position is risky, and your effect is standard.
Risky standard +1. Here we go. Double 3s.
The lock isn't budging. You know that you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, because these lockpicks are perfect. But every time you lift one of those tumblers, it just doesn't move. Nothing's happening to this. Nothing's happening to the door. If you were to try again, to essentially just keep picking the lock, your position now becomes desperate, but your effect is still standard.
Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
If I just shift through the fucking ghost field, can I go through the door and unlock it from the inside?
Yeah.
I'm going to take the 2 stress and go through the goddamn ghost field then.
Okay.
That rules.
Way to go, Shadowcat.
You become very annoyed at your lockpicks. You throw them on the ground, and you just walk through the wooden door, and then just open it on the other side.
I am marking 2 stress for that, and once I've opened the door and calmed down, I am picking my lockpicks back up. Those were fucking expensive.
Crossroads is holding them for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
The silver inlaid lockpicks, you really can't lose those. Those are worth a lot
tall
of money.
friend.
Small friend.
You know, Ash, when this is all over, we can make a very pretty penny doing second story work.
Keep that in mind.
So, now that you're inside on the western side of the building, the things that you know are this corridor, it's like very expensive velvet rug on the floor, fine wood panels on the walls that have lamps that are inlaid with gold and silver. The doorknobs are the doorknobs for the 3 rooms, 1 on your left and 2 on your right, are crystals, like very expensive top tier crystals. You know that leftmost room is a storage cabinet. One of those right rooms is a guest room, and the other one is an office space that, according to the way that you've like read those blueprints, is not Aldo's preferred workspace, because he has a bigger study somewhere central in the room that you cannot discover because it's been obscured by the doctoring of those blueprints. So all of these rooms are empty and unguarded, but one has more space than the other.
I just wanted to confirm with Crossroads Sensorium that there is indeed nothing in those rooms. Like, there's no person in there right now.
Yep, no one's there.
Okay.
You do pick up a lot of movement deeper into the space, but for a good 30 feet, you detect no one.
Mm-hmm. Crossroads whispers that to Ring.
While we're being sneaky, Ash needs to hear things first.
Crossroads whispers that to Ash.
Thank you, tall friend.
You're welcome, small friend.
The big room is what's most immediately suspicious to me. But let's consult our spider. Do we want to poke around? Or do we just want to get in a fight and smash some heads? It's been a rough week for all of us.
Aldo's got to have at least 3 squads of blue coats wrapped around his fingers. So we want to stay quiet as long as we can. Crossroads, can you detect where that hall is, the other hall? Aldo's probably not going to be far from them.
Is there, I don't know, I guess there's a lighting fixture by which Crossroads could tap into the electroplasmic field.
Oh, the quality of your the quality of your improved interface means that you don't actually have to plug into things to do that now.
Oh, hurrah!
Ooh.
Okay, so Crossroads will look appropriately priestly and interface to not control the hull, but basically tap into the field and find it, and potentially any other nasty surprises that might be wired into Booker's mansion currently.
Okay, give me an attune roll.
And attune.
Your position is risky. Your effect is great. You gain +1 for your improved interface, and another +1 because you are attuning.
Okay. And that would fall under the Ghost Mind ability, correct? That second one?
Let me see that.
I am always aware of any supernatural entities. So...
Right, no, you get another one for that as well.
Okay, so it's
thanks for
+3
reminding me
total.
about that.
Okay. So, +3 dice in total, rolling a tune. That's a 1, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 1, and a 6. So that is a crit.
Cool.
Very nice.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I'm going to, because you critted to find this one thing, I'm going to give you general attune information instead.
Okay.
You are fortunate enough to be able to lock onto this figure without actually embodying it, which means that it does not know that you're present.
Yes.
It is a good 100 feet away from you. The space is actually quite large. You're discovering the very brief interface that you get in order to lock onto that location puts you precisely in the study, which is huge. This study is as big as a ballroom. And you know that this building has a ballroom, you just don't know where it is. So that's impressive all on its own. While you are there, your vague capacity to sense supernatural objects pings while you are present and lets you know 2 things of note. 3 things, actually, of note. One is that there is a 4-inch by 4-inch by 4-inch alabaster block on the corner of the desk in this study that is very, very cursed. Like, when you saw those earlier artifacts at the antique store, they glowed like a kind of burnt orange in your sensorium. This is crimson. Something is very wrong with this alabaster block, and it has this strange circle on one of its faces that reminds you of a thing that you cannot immediately place. That's one. Two, there are hollows in this building. There are like 12 or 13 bodies in this building that you know do not have souls. And you can sense them moving all across the periphery of the center of the building. And you can sense that some of them are just like performing manual labor, putting boxes on shelves, moving boxes from shelves. One is cooking. It's going very badly, but you don't know what they're preparing in the first place, so you don't know. So you can't immediately tell how badly it's going. You just know that that's not how that's supposed to look. And three, you also sense at least one spirit in this building, but it's doing two very strange things. One, Brightstone is particularly well secured against ghosts because it has the money to maintain its spirit shielding. So it shouldn't be here this long and in such a good condition. And two, you can sense that it is still tethered to a hollow. You have no idea what that means. You have no idea what that means, but you know that it's never happened before and it's weird. So yeah. That's a thing that you know now. That's multiple things that you know now because of that perfect attune.
Mm-hmm. So to clarify, the information that I'm relaying back to everybody is that one, the other hole is here, but it doesn't know that I am here. It's about 100 feet away. It is in a study that is the size of a ballroom. Ring knows from the blueprints that there is a ballroom here, but we don't know what it is. Where it is, I mean. There is probably the other half of the Cindered seal that is a 4x4x4-inch alabaster block in the corner of the desk in that study where the hole is that is super cursed, with a circle on one of its faces. There are 12 or 13 hollows in the building. One is cooking, but we have no idea what it is, but it's going very badly. And most curiously, one of those hollows has a spirit attached to it, and that spirit is hanging out doing really well for a spirit that has infiltrated Brightstone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, because you can find that hull, it is relatively easy for you to map a walking course to that study. But other than the hollows that you have determined, you can't actually place anybody else until they enter your immediate line of sight for your sensorium to pick them up.
Earlier on, when you said that upgrading my interface would allow me to be conscious of two things at once, would part of me be able to stay in the electroplasmic field just to monitor where that hull is going as we move towards it?
Yeah, you could do that if you want.
Yes.
But it's moving. It's actually perfectly still. It's just sitting in a chair in the study.
That's boring.
But being able to do that means that you'll be able to notice anything else in the study if something changes. So it's good to do.
So Crossroads would tell the friends that it is going to stay inside the building and watch things.
Something had occurred to me that we should have established before it started, so maybe let's flash back to when Ash gave Ring the ram's ring. Ash would have disclosed to Ring, check out this cursed top half of the Cindered seal. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad an idea is it to bring it with us? Like, we need to determine whether or not we left this in the grave cave where it could not be used, or if we brought it in with us.
Ring?
I think Ring would say like 9.5.
Okay, because I was
But
gonna
also,
ask.
Ring does not know magic stuff very well. Ring knows like magic stuff that showed up in the war and what they learned this week.
Because what I was gonna ask is Ring the kind of person who would be cautious about tools more often than they would be prepared to take potentially useful tools with them?
I don't think that the upside of we have the other half of the MacGuffin that you want to provoke foolhardy action is worth the downside of it gets taken from somebody and Aldo smushes things together and we suddenly are recreating the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
That's delightful. Um,
Okay, in that case, I think we left it in the grave cave, and this is like the knowledge of where the other half is kind of our trump card here.
cool. Noted.
You can't use this thing because we have made sure the rest of it is hidden. Fuck you, bro.
Crossroads would definitely be in favor of leaving it behind, just because everything points to Booker wanting it. So why would we bring the thing he wants to where he is?
Cool.
Skelly's only concern would be, what if somebody busts into the grave cave and gets it?
I mean, you're fairly confident nobody knows where it is. No one has successfully stalked you to its location, so it's
That we
mostly
know
fine.
of. That we know of.
Yeah, but
Fair.
they also
Skelly's
have to
just
figure out,
paranoid,
like,
that's all.
which tombstone to kick. And then they need to figure out, like, what pile of blankets and stuff it was hidden in. The grave cave is the securest location we've got, I figure.
Yeah, it quite is. I'll just note as an aside, as we fade out of that flashback, that nobody notices that when they put the bell down on a nearby coffee table in the grave cave, that coffee table turns pure white and starts burning, but never actually burns down. Just so they have a coffee table that's constantly on fire now. Returning to the action.
I hate this magic shit.
Well, at least our drinks will always be warm.
I'm not sure you want to do that to warm drinks, but still. So I take it you're still continuing further towards the study then?
Yes, we are.
Yes, and Crossroads is checking through its sensorium and the interface sense just to make sure that Ash leading the sneaking is not going to bump into anybody.
Okay. Ash, give me a prowl roll.
Yes.
Still +2.
Mm-hmm.
Position
Risky.
is risky. Effect is great.
Risky, great, +2. 2, 4, 3, and a 6.
Nice.
Very nice.
Cool. You progress without incident. You are not making any noise. You are not pinging any alarms or making any other alerts that you are aware of. Crossroads. You do not sense anybody immediately nearby, and you are now about 50 feet away from wherever that hull is. You are also aware of the fact that from the other side of the building, someone has just walked towards the study and opened the door. When you check inside to see who that is, you notice that a man in a mustard-colored three-piece suit has just closed the study door behind him. Placed like a handful of jewelry on a nearby coffee table, and is having a conversation that you can only barely make out with the hull. You also can tell that the collars of the shirt that he's wearing have the B monogram. So this is most likely Aldo.
Can Crossroads try to slip into the background of the hull to hear what Booker is saying to it, or because it's currently still interfacing, or would that be another role?
You would essentially have to roll again to attune to be like to have enough consciousness within the hull to hear what the conversation is. And depending on the quality, because you are aware that this has happened before, depending on the quality of the roll, there's a chance that you may be detected. But if you succeed, that most likely will not happen.
Okay. In that case, what Crossroads will do is tell the party very quietly that we are about 50 feet away and that Booker has entered the building and the study, specifically has put down jewelry on a table and is now speaking with the hull.
Okay.
There is nobody else in the room, correct?
Just
besides
those two.
Booker and the hull? Okay.
You continue walking without incident. You know that even though you are picking up the distance between you and the hull, there is not a door immediately nearby, so someone will still have to find that door to the study. But you know that it's based on where you're walking and what you've seen of the study. You know that there is most likely, if you turn right to the like cross path that you're emerging upon right now, and then turn left again, there will be a door on your left hand side that will most likely lead to the study. And because you already know where the hull is, you'll be able to determine which door very easily. So yeah, I would like either Ash or Skelly to give me a survey roll.
I've been rolling a lot. I'll defer to Skelly on this one.
I was going to say, is this a survey roll that could make use of Scout, which would be gathering info to locate a target? Or would it be...
No, this is mostly a general observation thing, I think.
Okay. I can also use Bodyguard to gather info to anticipate possible threats in the current situation, but I don't know if that qualifies either.
That does qualify, so you'll
Okay.
get plus 1d for that.
Okay, so here we go. What's my position?
Your position is risky, and your effect is great.
Okay. +1 and 263.
Okay. So this is information that you and Crossroads have, but you are better at interpreting it, essentially. Crossroads, you can still sense all of the hollows that you have been sensing, and you are you're getting closer to the center of the building to be able to determine other physical movement in the space. And you know that most of those things are not immediately close to you. For instance, you know that you're not entering a corridor where you're about to run into someone.
Okay.
Skelly, you are aware of the fact that not only are there obviously at least 3 armed humans within within about a good 30 feet that you can obviously hear being very loud and obnoxious in this building. But because you can hear them, you are aware of the fact that if you trip an alarm or if Aldo calls for help, people will immediately respond because they will hear it, without having to trigger a very obvious security measure. So if this goes south and you don't restrain Aldo immediately, it might turn into a bigger fight. So you are roughly prepared for that. Which will qualify as I will give you plus 1d for any engagement that involves anybody other than Aldo or this hull if the need arise. Cool. So you turn the corridor and um, you know for a fact that the only one door that you meet on this left hand side is leading to this study. And as you're like taking in this like the length of the wall alone and the length of the corridor that you had just turned from, this study is remarkably huge. It's unnecessarily big. You already know from the inside it's quite huge, but like now that you're actively seeing it with your hull eyes and not like through electroplasm, it's actually dauntingly big. It's a good enough place to fight. So what do you do? Are you just gonna enter?
So this may or may not need a flashback, but I guess before we headed out for Aldo's place, I guess we would have established that the plan was basically what we were going to do with Aldo when we got to him, and what we were going to do with the seal if we found it there. The other half, because I presume that Ring would be able to put together if we have half here and Aldo's looking for the seal, he must have the other half to make it for why his search is so pressing. So I guess what I want to establish is what would we have decided as a group that we were going to do with Aldo, and what were we going to do with the seal? Like, is it important for us to question him? Do we just want to bash him on the head and grab the seal and run? Like, what was our end game for coming here?
I think the major problem here is we don't know what we can do with this seal without it melting our faces off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is, in my book, the number one obstacle here.
I think getting it away from him, though, is probably our primary goal. Yeah.
Oh, that's a net good, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just we might get a little face melted in the process.
Okay, and if he happens to die...
No one's gonna miss him.
I won't miss him, and that's really all that matters, so...
He exploited children!
Ring's understanding of Aldo Booker, the faction, is that without Aldo Booker, the human, it falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we cut the head off the giant, then it just falls over. And I have contingency plans for what happens after that.
Okay.
So there isn't any huge pressure for us to keep him alive. We just need to keep him from sounding the alarm. Okay.
I want a thing to happen.
I really do feel that if you are running an Amazon warehouse full of children, like, you've forfeited your right to mercy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Brandon, you were saying.
Right.
Yes, Brandon.
Okay. Everybody needs to roll for a thing.
Okay.
Hold on, let me make sure of the thing. Is it a survey? Right, yes, it is a survey, in fact. I need everybody but Crossroads to give me a survey roll. Your position is desperate. Your effect is great. +1 die. And Crossroads, you're going to give me an attune roll. Desperate extreme.
Okay.
+1 die.
For context, is this an attune roll that happens to me, or is it something that I do?
An attune roll that happens to you.
Okay, in which case then I am not going to push myself or anything. You said the effect was extreme?
Yes.
And it's +1 die.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
because
on
it's
the
a desperate
survey,
roll, I'm marking the XP.
Yes, mark your desperates, everybody. On the survey, Ash has 655.
Mm-hmm.
Ring has 1-6.
Skelly has 1-5.
Mm-hmm.
Crossroads has a 6, a 2, a 5, and a 3.
Wow, everybody learns the thing. This is going to be very upsetting. Everybody other than Crossroads hears this through the keyhole. Crossroads hears it through the hull.
Uh-oh.
Aldo takes off his jacket, throws it over the back of a chair. These are things that Crossroads can see because Crossroads is now present within the hull, like just at a remove for the most part, mostly undetected, but happen to be involved enough to be able to hear the thing. And then pulls the chair towards the hull and sits down and goes, "Things haven't been going swimmingly, friend. I know that you wanted this operation to go very well, which is why you made all the suggestions that you have. I know that you've told me that once I've pushed enough buttons, other people will do that work for me. I know that you've told me that the only real push that I needed for other people to get that work done was to ruffle some feathers within the Severosi clans and hope that the right person heard the wrong thing, and that I'd also be able to push some buttons if I got rid of that one relic hunter. I've did every single thing that you've asked me to do. And yet, as you can see," and he puts his hand on the chin of the hull and turns it toward the desk, "all I have is this paperweight that I can't touch by hand, and I know that it's doing so much work by itself. But that's not the thing I needed. We need to get back to the way things were, not to the way things are. So unless you're going to tell me unless we have a plan to just wrench that bell from whatever dark hole that it's in right now, I can't use that. What am I gonna do? Just keep asking people to tell me the truth? Just throw it at a blue coat and hope that they can confess to me where I can find millions of contraband? That's not what I need." And the hull sighs very raspily and says, "I understand that, brother, but at the moment, all we can hope otherwise is for the good deed to just come through the door. Sometimes you need to push some buttons, and we are getting there. You know that those renegades are doing everything that they need to find out more about this, and that means when they find the bell, we find them, and everything just moves forward from there." At the end of that sentence, that's when Crossroads just kind of snaps out of that moment.
Crossroads doesn't have a face as big body Crossroads, but if a bird skull could look alarmed, it's doing that right now.
Give me another attune roll.
Oh no.
Desperate Extreme +2.
Desperate Extreme +2, and again, it's happening to me.
It's happening to you.
Desperate.
Crossroads just one-shots both of them.
+2, you said.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, we'll just interrogate their ghosts.
Yeah.
Ash, how do you feel in this moment? Don't roll those dice just yet. I want to find out a handful of other things.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait until your call.
Based on what you have just heard, how do you feel right now?
These motherfuckers planning to just fucking end the world for no good goddamn reason.
Mm-hmm. Um, duly noted. Skelly, how do you feel in this moment?
Confused. But I do have 2 guns.
Confused, but with 2 guns is good. That's useful. Ring, how do you feel in this moment?
Certain.
Aha, duly noted.
That will help Crossroads calm down. As long as Ring is stable, Crossroads is fine. Ring is
Okay.
Crossroads' emotional support battalion person.
Okay, first, let's see Crossroads roll.
Okay, attune, desperate, extreme, +2. This is something happening to me, which is great. That's a 3, a 4, a 1, a 4, and a 4.
Duly noted. Ash, you don't so much as notice this as this just kind of happens to you as well.
Okay.
One of your hands can displace people at the cost of stress. Which hand is it again?
That is my left hand.
Right. You feel your left hand get very, very warm. When you look at it, the tattoo that was there now looks like Crossroads. It just looks like the entirety of Crossroads Hell.
Oh, you got a tattoo of me. Oh, nice.
That hand moves independently of your will and touches Crossroads.
No! Why would you do this to me? I served you loyally. Small friend.
Ring, give me a 2-die fortune roll.
Okay.
Oh, the level of chaos that is about to ensue.
A lot of trouble is about to be caused immediately.
1 and 5.
Right, cool. You just so happen to idly be present, close enough to Crossroads for this to just happen regardless. Ash, mark 3 stress.
Okay.
Ash, Crossroads, and Ring are now in the study. Ring,
Okay.
when you get there, you notice that pistols that weren't in your hand when you were leaning against the wall are now already in your hand.
I would suggest an alternative as I flash back to reveal my acquire asset roll.
Yes, okay.
Oh!
Yes, do the
Wait,
thing.
hang on. Chat wants to inspire Crossroads.
No,
Ooh.
Crossroads.
That's that's gonna be useful later. Yes, cool. We're gonna cook this study, y'all. We're gonna nuke this entire room. Okay.
If I barbecue all of you, I am so sorry.
Please give me your acquire asset. Please tell me what it is that you got, because you have the coin. So I'm just gonna say it happened.
So we flash back to Ring going to Dern that day after they spoke with the kind of the elder porter that returned and was very apologetic, Lamond. And Ring says, I need you to bring out that big find from the end of the war. And we smash cut back even farther to the war, where we realized that the war hull that Ring saw was fighting a whisper. And the whisper's like shooting lightning stuff, and like there's all sorts of cool things. And then like a big burly, looks like a spirit warden with their mask is like a full plate, pointy beak, like 16th century European fancy mask. And they have this war hammer that looks like a fancy level 20 D&D character artifact. And this is a Spirit Bane pole hammer.
Brilliant. I love it.
So like inside, and Ring is holding the pole hammer in both hands.
Wonderful. Cool. Did I just ask you to give me a fortune? Right, you're gonna have to give me another fortune roll. Give me a 3-die fortune roll, Ring.
Okay. Any question marks? 3 5s.
This is brilliant. So I'm gonna retcon that last decision.
Okay.
So what happens when you enter the room is the pole hammer that you didn't have in your hands when you entered the room, you now have in your hands. And the very first thing that you do with the momentum of being thrust in this room is slam the hull and the chair that he was sitting on all the way against the wall.
Hell yeah.
Aldo stands up immediately and is about to exclaim when I need both Ash and Crossroads to give me 2 die fortune rolls.
This is exciting.
This is going
2
to be
die
grand.
fortune roll.
Just a catastrophe taking place in this room, triggered by
That's
rage.
a 6 and a 3.
That's a 2 and a 6.
Cool. This is grand. On the swing of Ring's hammer, it comes back down towards what would otherwise, in the real world, in a poorly planned fight like this, be the top of Ash's head. But Ash just raises a hand in the air, holds it, and very briefly, everyone is like minorly incorporeal. Ash knows that you know that you're in the ghost field, but you've never been in the ghost field like this. The ghost field is its own metaphysical space. You're not technically supposed to be present at this moment. So this is kind of transitional at this point. And also, you weren't planning it, but it just kind of happens. Mark 1 stress. As that happens, what was Crossroads attune? Cool.
My tune was 3 4s.
Right.
Plus a 3 and a 1.
A 4 at extreme. Pools of like dark black and red lightning start collecting in corners of the room near where you were standing.
Don't like that.
Aldo can't see you. The hull is now like briefly getting up. Its right arm and part of its right side are dented in. Like steam is like gushing from like a small crack in its side. It starts crawling. It starts like idly walking towards Aldo when 2 of those like pools of lightning collide. From the outside, the cinematic view just suddenly cuts to a sight of the study windows from the northern side of the building. All of the windows shatter and the curtains catch fire. Back inside, everything is on fire. Everything has just been briefly electrocuted with like enough pure electroplasm to probably kill dozens of ghosts. Ash, you can hear very idly that there are things that were in this room that are screaming, but you didn't see them when you entered. And Ring, just like idly, you notice that the alabaster block that is most likely the Cindered seal on the corner of this room is trembling very vigorously and has just shot all the way up into the air, poked a hole through the ceiling, and flown away. Meanwhile,
Sure.
Aldo Booker is being cooked by lightning. He's just having a time. He's just being electrocuted over and over and over again. He is in such shock in this moment. He's not actually physically responding to the thing. He's just being enveloped by lightning. What you are seeing is not him trembling from being shocked by the amount of pain that he's being in, but just his body being briefly inhabited purely by electroplasm. And when that happens, Crossroads, give me And a tune roll.
Another thing that's happening to me?
Yes, this is happening to you.
Okay.
Controlled great.
Controlled.
Plus 3 dice.
Yikes. Plus 3. That is 3 3s, 2 4s, and a 2.
This is a hilarious roll. I'm glad I'm putting you through all this wildness.
Oh no.
I mean, a 4 is a success. A 4 works. You are not in this room anymore.
Aww.
You're not anywhere else that you've ever been. You're not in the horizon. You're not in a version of your old apartment. You are back at the docks, back at the cemetery. But like a version of it's a perfect replica of the cemetery. Just that the grass is not as green as it was, and all of the gravestones that you see are silver instead of stone.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Aldo Booker is still beside you, but no one else is. And he is still being electrocuted right next to you. But as that's happening, very briefly, you hear voices that are not the voice of Aldo Booker that you just heard. You hear an elderly woman say, You took my grandson from me, and I will haunt you until the day you die." You hear a young woman say, "I will never forgive you for the things that you did to my parents." You hear a gruff man's voice say, "You ruined my family's life, and I hope that you pay dearly for it." Just filtering through dozens of those souls, and every time one of them has finished like damning Aldo Booker to hell, you see that spirit consciously leave his body, bow to you, and move towards the lightning shields at the edge of the docks. You see 19, 20, 21 spirits pass through. And then another spirit enters his body and he falls limp. He stays like that for 1 beat, 2 beats, just like standing still in front of you. And then his hand shoots up and he puts his hand on your shoulder.
Ew.
And then when he lifts his head, it's not Aldo Booker anymore. It's Runa.
No.
She's wearing like a light blue sundress that she wore the very first time that y'all met when you were still meat. You remember it because this is the time that you first interacted, but you don't remember much about that interaction. This just kind of washes over you as a thing. And Runa looks to you and says, "You didn't have to do this, you know. But I'm very grateful that you did. This guy, I've never met a heart this rotten, and I've seen my own. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I had a job to do. I did it, and then we crossed paths, and I didn't mean this to be yours, but I'm grateful that you helped me finish this one thing while you were still here. I hope that when you cross the horizon, we can meet each other again." In this moment, Crossroads, or rather, in this moment, Jeoi,
Mhm.
you are welcome to respond now in the mannerisms that you would have while you were still alive.
The way I'll say this is Crossroads feels almost as though it's watching somebody else do this because it itself does not remember any of these things. But the whole of itself reaches forwards and takes Runa's upper arms and very gently forehead boops her, beak tilted down, and says, "If I am still there, then I will meet you there."
Runa looks back up to you when she's crying. And as she cries, the gravestones in this facsimile of the graveyard start fading away as spirits, one after the next, until they're all gone and the grass starts fading away. And then you return to the sight in this room of Aldo Booker being cooked by lightning. Like, everything is on fire, parts of the wood are peeling off of the walls of the study, the shelves full of books are all, like, bathed in flame. And then you hear a shout from outside.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool. I'm out there and I have guns.
Right. Skelly, while this is happening, people are already, like, cascading through the corridor, and you're just, like, picking them off one by one with pistols. That just happens. Outside on the road by the northern wall, Ash, you hear a shout that you only recently recognize. It is the sound of Stone going, "Why didn't you wait for us?" And out of the, like, now open window, you can see Stone and Pietri jumping over the fence on the northern wall and, like, dual wielding muskets and, like, peeling through guards. You hear someone scream from the southern side of the building, and Skelly, you already know that that's the sniper from the other side. Then you hear another shout from the eastern wall, the side that you haven't even entered from. And then you hear, like, dozens of footsteps. Just as that happens, all of you suddenly materialize in this room. It is warm. Everything is on fire. Nothing seems to be immediately touching you, but you know that you shouldn't be here. And then one of the walls from behind one of the shelves kicks down. All of those flaming books falls to the floor, like, just inches from Ring's head. And on the other side are Lamond, Yara, RC, who's not supposed to be here, the one kid that you wouldn't want to be in this situation, all with, like, scratched baseball bats. You can see dozens of other kids just further down the corridor, just like staring idly throughout the corridor, trying to figure out what the hell is happening. And beyond them, where all of the other walls have already suddenly been crashed down, you see Dern and 8 rickshaws waiting on the gate right outside the western side. And Lamont goes, "Mr. Ring, you sure know how to throw a party," and starts grabbing you by the arm and dragging you towards the corridor. They lead you towards their rickshaws, where they peel off into the still slush-covered streets immediately, as Pietri and Stone are still just firing shots into the building, dropping folks left and right. Another porter comes from the other side and, like, pushes Skelly through what is now a small river of dead bodies in the corridor ahead of her. And you all get on rickshaws and start peeling off towards the porter's house.
If there is time while all this is happening,
Mm-hmm.
Crossroads is going to probably destroy that very nice costume that Ash gave it to put a cover over the other hole's head and then try to control it so it comes back so they can do some questioning if necessary.
I love this.
Give me a 2-die fortune roll.
2-die fortune roll. Question. That's a 6 and a 6.
Okay, wow. The hull I was going to imply that the hull had naturally received enough damage in this situation that the spirit had obviously left it. But because this is a thing that you want, you're going to get it. You can ask this thing any question you wish. You take this hull back with you. What particularly matters at this moment, because the evil has been defeated, is that now you have a gold-plated hull frame that you can use whenever you wish, and still interrogate this individual at your leisure. But the next day after all of this cools down, there is a new issue of the Duskfall Ledger that the Inkrakes have put together almost very swiftly after that job was done. Says Booker Manor destroyed in freak accident. With lots of far too many daguerreotypes of the damage that has been done in this house that has ever been documented for any other incident of its nature in Brightstone ever. The piece says no one can find Booker's body, but a lot of people are dead. That in the rubble they discover evidence of large-scale smuggling operations that include some of the relics of the Forgotten Gods, which has drawn the interest of the Imperial Governor, which is bad for Brightstone. So, Ring, you idly notice that a lot of people in Brightstone are very upset about Booker's dealings in the city and wish that they had known it sooner so they could do something about it. But you can also tell that many of those people are saying that in order to save face about the fact that they were either dealing with him on the low, or did know and just turned a blind eye because it was none of their business.
Brandon, I have several big swings that I would love to try to do.
Oh Lord, I would like to know at least one of those big swings.
So there's basically two options, and I'm fine. I'd be ecstatic to get either of them.
Mm-hmm.
One is forging evidence that implicates that inspector and the bluecoats in dealing with Aldo, and the other is forging an updated, more recent, and therefore takes precedence last will and testament from Aldo that says that upon his death, all of his assets are to be liquidated. Any buildings offered first to the former owners and or their kin, and that the remaining locations and assets will be assigned to shelters, housing, and community centers.
Ooh, lovely. I love some good restorative justice. I will give you the latter for free.
Cool.
But give me a 1-die fortune roll. Nope, 2 dice.
Sure.
Please crit this as well.
5-5. It's not quite a crit.
5-5 works for me. So you write that up, and over the next few weeks and months, people start officiating the rest of the Booker estate. Everything that is obviously on the books then starts going back to its previous owners. Um, One of those previous owners is actually Dern.
Aw.
So he gets to reclaim a large warehouse that he had in Night Market that is bigger than the building that he's presently using, and decides that he's going to use that as a secondary training ground to have more porters stationed on the other side of Duskwall, so people don't have to constantly move several districts southeast in order to get work done. Um, and that over several months starts increasing the numbers of porters to the point where an already bustling industry is now so full of work that not only is it difficult for you to ever be on a street corner that doesn't have a porter working there, but it starts now incorporating more people than just young people. More adult unemployed individuals start working for the porters as well. Um, what I will also note, in fact, no, I'll get to that point just now, so I'll continue. Um, a handful of porters start repairing the glass at the antique shop for free. They just decide to do it. Hunger pays for some other repairs to that building and just happens to throw enough money on your lap that Ash, you get to essentially increase the space that you're working with, which now gives you dedicated, secure,
Cursed artifact storage.
yeah, you now have a dedicated secondary location just for cursed artifacts, and that's when you realize you have a lot of cursed shit in this space, but it's separate now. And at one point, like some days afterward, Hunger just comes to you very idly and says, "You've done the wing's work, and I'm very grateful. Please tell your colleagues that I am grateful as well, and know that if you ever need anyone else to get in trouble for you, my guards speak very highly of the business of starting to shoot and waiting to find out what happens next when the dust clears. So that was particularly fun for Stone. So feel free to ask for their help whenever you wish." Stone is in the background, like working a piece of magic that you've never seen somebody do with their hands, where there is a bag of eel empanadas on the coach in front of them, and they're just constantly shoveling one after the next into their mouth to the point where it looks like their hands have become several train cars full of meat and dough. Ring, when you get back to the original Porter's compound, a lot of the kids that you work with are incredibly apologetic and incredibly thankful for your work, in part because a lot of the things that you have to cover up or continue to destroy in the rubble are evidence of their involvement. So a lot of these kids now specifically owe you favors, but you go out of their way to tell them this is the work that you do when you are part of a crew, and they're very grateful for that. Skelly, you return home to your apartment beside Melvier's, and the rest of the strange friends, and literally every other civilian that you have met in the last 10 days are now forced into this entire apartment building. Melvir has decided, in order to accommodate them all, that instead of eating at the dinner table in his apartment, he's borrowed other tenants' dinner tables and made this long row in the corridor just so everybody can eat, and they're having what is essentially a secondary Porter's Day feast. And when you return to the apartment, the first thing that he does is hug you again and said, "See? This is what happens when you listen to me. You get home and no one gets hurt." And sits you down in front of the largest plates of food that you have ever seen, And then there is a knock on Melvir's apartment door. Crossroads.
Oh.
You sense that you know who this person is. Like, your sensorium tells you that you've seen this person before.
Crossroads perks.
Which of you would like to answer the door?
Do you mean which of Crossroads' bodies or which of the strange friends?
Which of the strange friends would like to open the
Okay.
door?
Skelly's not gonna move. There's food in front of her eye. I'm sorry. It's just how it is.
If Crossroads was the one who first heard it and recognizes it, it would move towards the door first. But if somebody else wants to beat it there, because they don't want a hole to show up at the door, Crossroads will let that happen.
So since nobody else responded, I guess it's Crossroads then.
Okay, Crossroads opens the door.
You move to the door. Where you can see this like small but seemingly commanding silhouette standing on the other side of the door. And when you open it, Inspector Mara Kassarin is on the other side of the door.
Is it Nasty Shoes Lady?
It's Nasty Shoes Lady, Inspector Mara
damn.
Kassarin. And she looks up to you and grins and says, "Hey, remember me?"
Yes. I don't like you.
And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm just here to let you know one thing. I didn't much trust Runa, and I don't much trust you or any of your friends. But you've cleaned up a mighty big mess for me. And that other business, and she makes the figure of the Cindered seal with her hands, is, as far as I know, up in the heavens with the forgotten gods that made it. So we're square. But I would like to let you know that if you or your kin ever make as much noise as Runa Casper used to ever again, if you make the kind of noise that you made in Booker Manor again, and I have cause to know about it, I will clean that mess up. But seeing as it's still winter, you are allowed to eat and be merry with your friends. And let's hope we never have to see each other again. And she walks away.
And don't come back.
And as she walks away, steps further down into the street, and then disappears into the intersections of the city, we follow, very briefly, 3 spirit wardens walk past her towards Brightstone. One has like what looks like a very large lamp, but is essentially a spirit bane mace. One has what look like silver knuckles wrapped around their hands, and the other one just like idly walking beside them, just muttering under their breath. The last 7-8 days have been kind of a mess, you guys. I don't think we've ever had to deal with this many deceased in a row as we just have. This is quite a lot. Maybe we should have to the one with the knuckles, like puts their hand up to quiet them. Is like, our job is not to decide what to do about people who kill people. It's about what we do with the dead. The guy with the mace goes, actually, nah, that's not true. People aren't supposed to die here for a reason. We're allowed to monitor that. Like, we're actually kind of the only people who are supposed to. So the one with the knuckles looks up at them because they're kind of a tower of a man and goes, so what, you're saying it's our job to find out who got rid of all those blue coats the other day? The guy with the mace just shrugs and goes, I mean, if we want it to stop happening, it's probably a good bet to at least ask some questions. And the unarmed one shrugs and says, that's not my business. I'm fine. I am not equipped to get in a fight with the person who can turn a blue coat's neck into jam. So, let's just clean that mess up. And then they pause for a moment and turn to the one with the knuckles and go, wait, weren't we asked to do something else by the Master Warden? Oh, right. They take off their knuckles, put it in a pocket of, like, the large cloak that they're wearing. Looks less like a cloak or a jacket and looks more like a Catholic priest's vestments. And take out a scroll that is written in a language that no one who is reading it can read. No one who is seeing it other than those who can read it can read. Just passes their fingers along the text for a bit and then goes, oh, right. We should probably head to the beach then? I heard that a thing happened to someone a couple of nights ago we might have to check on. And then we cut to the beach, where you can idly notice that nothing is happening. The water is just ebbing and flowing as water does. But every once in a while, as you start paying attention to it for 8, 9, 10 beats, you see that little clumps of sand on the beach are floating up into the air. And then we cut to the credits, and that's the end of the Case of the Cindered Seal.
I completely forgot we had a Judgment Beach.
Yeah, the beach where you did all the things is a thing, but we finally gotten to the end of the Case of the Cindered Seal. We have defeated Aldo Booker and learned a great deal more nastiness that he was apparently responsible for. So how do you all feel about this game?
Hey, we theoretically averted the apocalypse. I mean, we don't actually know where the bottom half of the Cindered Seal blasted off to, like Team Rocket flying through a roof. So that, it's not like that's going to come back and just haunt us later.
Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Crossroads learned that it was loved, and that it loved something when it was alive. And I think that was pretty good for a character for whom I had zero backstory.
I'm very grateful that I could have given you that, yes.
I didn't expect that. That letter was too many feelings right out of the gate.
You should feel very grateful that I was planning to actually write that letter before we went live, and then I ran out of time, so you should be very grateful that I didn't actually put feelings in that letter. Because that was going to be a lot.
Too many feelings anyway.
But thank you so very much for putting up with this game that was supposed to be 4 sessions long.
Well, it was each session came in 5 parts, so
yeah, we got 20 sessions out of this. Well, essentially 21 sessions out of this game, and I'm very grateful. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad that you were all playing to the heights of the drama of this fiction because it allowed us to do a great deal of very beautiful things. I'm very glad that I got an opportunity to give everybody something cool about their character, even when there were things that they did not know, because that was particularly rewarding to me. I'm glad that you enjoyed playing this thing with me.
I really love to see everyone get their character moments, especially Ring at the end with like, these are my plans for the aftermath. That was really good.
Yes.
I know that I know for a fact that Mike would have had like dozens of things in the bag. Like, what is the thing that I'm going to use for this particular problem? So I was very eager to see what they were.
I had 3 other cool ideas for that fight that we didn't actually deploy.
Mm-hmm.
I also had backup strategies for the combat.
Yeah. Part of me was very hesitant to get into a long kind of D&D-esque everybody gets to do epic knockdown drag out things, because Blades is actually, I don't think Blades is very good at that, because everybody has to be very specific about all of the things that they are ready to do. So I'm very grateful that we got the alternative, which is everybody got very angry very quickly and then things exploded.
It felt kind of like in Mass Effect 3, and I like Mass Effect 3, so I'm going to say that up front. All of Mass Effect 3 is the ending. People complained about how Mass Effect 3 didn't have a good ending. Like, all of that was the ending. All of this session was the ending.
Mm-hmm.
Is someone playing Mass Effect 3 right now? Yes.
I was actually thinking, like, in my head, the parallel that I had in my brain was Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, where everything is going very well, even though people do not know that it's actually going very poorly. And then you piss off one guy once, and then people just start dying. So that was fun.
I will say that, like, the dice favored us today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
We
that
got
fortune
so
crit!
lucky.
That fortune crit! Oh my god!
The fortune crit, the beginning attunement crit.
Those were
I
perfect.
can't believe we rolled, like, multiple group actions in which no one failed.
Yeah? That was actually...
Statistically, that's an outlier.
Yeah. But I'm glad that you got opportunities to play Blades as it is intended, that is, with high volatility, and did not fail. That was actually a lot of fun. So, with that, the things that I will tell everybody in chat before I let all of these lovely people reintroduce themselves and enjoy the rest of their evening is that this is unfortunately the last time that you will see us in play for December. So we all wish you in advance a wonderful holiday season. But we will be back in January and have already discussed the thing that we would like to play in January. Mike, would you like to tell the lovely people what we are planning to play in January on Speculate?
So Brandon reached out to a game designer that I believe both they and I are quite impressed by, and got their blessing to use the game that they have in development. So in January, we will start a series of Girl by Moonlight by Andrew Gillis, a Forge in the Dark role-playing game of magical girl drama forthcoming from Evil Hat Publications. So they give us access to the current working drafts, and they're amazing. Like, this game totally kicks ass, and I'm really excited for it.
Yes, so am I. Andrew is a wonderful designer. I've been waiting to get my hands on Girl by Moonlight for ages, and I'm very glad that we get to wrap our hands around things that are still in development, because Evil Hat does very good work. If you can just see what these sheets look like, they're impeccable. So I'm very excited to get rolling on that session. But that will be in January, most likely starting mid to late January 2022. So we will be putting those plans in motion for that point, and I hope that you will join us for that as well. But until then, I would like to ask all of my strange friends to please let all of the lovely people in chat know who you are, what you do, where people can find you next, and if you'd like, just tell them something lovely as we head into the holiday season. Starting with Mike.
Sorry, I was going to the website for Girl by Moonlight so I can put it into the chat, but I'll do that in a minute.
Oh, I'm gonna
I
do
am
the thing.
cool, great. I'm Michael R. Underwood. I'm one of the co-hosts of Speculate. I had a wonderful time, and it's been so great getting to know all of my fellow players so much better and get to build this story with all of y'all and with you, Brandon, and with the assistance and cheering on of chat, which is great. So I'm going to cover some of that business. My most recent novel is Annihilation Aria. I have a copy right here because I was just talking about doing a giveaway. If you like this and you've already read it, go buy Valerie's books. I really mean it. They have been such a delight to read. And I also stream video games at twitch.tv/turbotango. I play a lot of roguelike deck builders, and I'm going to start doing some RPGs in the future. So you can find me there, follow, and get notifications if you like. I have played Ring Dalmore, the Spider, a haunted veteran who has become rich with friends and is very happy. He, him pronouns for me, they, them for Ring.
Thank you. Next, Valerie.
Hello, I am Valerie Valdes. You can find me online at valerievaldes.com, at Valerie Valdes on Twitter. And I'm the author of books that now I've been shamed into grabbing them, but you can grab them also at a store. Chilling Effect and Prime Deceptions are out now. And if you haven't read Mike's book, you should get Mike's book. And if you haven't read my books, you can get those. And also you can find me on Twitch at The Kids Are Asleep, where I stream mostly video games and sometimes writing co-working type stuff. So yeah, find me there. I played Skelly, the hound, pronounced she, her, and she's just bristling with guns and it's great.
Nice. Next, Iori.
Kusano Iori, they them pronouns, Clarion West class of 2017. It has been a blast doing this story with my strange friends and with you, chat. Let's see. You can find me at kusanoiori.com, at Iori Kusano on Twitter. I will be appearing virtually at this year's Worldcon. Please note, 22 o'clock Thursday, I am doing a reading with Yashima Yugen. And something of interest to everyone here, I think, 22 o'clock on Saturday, I am in Digital Dice taking your TTRPG online. Yes, that overlaps with the last half hour of the Hugos, which I should technically be at as a nominee. So I don't actually know what they were thinking schedule-wise, but we're gonna make it work. I'm gonna be there. You should be there too. Thank you, chat. You have been wonderful. And I have been, of the flame the ash, our lurk.
Thank you. And last but not least, Jeoi.
Hello, Yoi Gawain Lin, pronouns he, they. I have played Crossroads, pronouns it. You can find me at This Is My Design at Twitter. Design is spelled capital D-A-S-E-I-N. It is a philosophy joke and a Hannibal pun. And as for something lovely for all of you to take with you into the winter months, Crossroads will say, did you know that horses who are friends with each other can pull things that are heavier for farther with each other than horses that are not friends with each other? And people who are made of meat, if they like each other, can climb steeper hills for longer without feeling tired. So I hope you have a wonderful holiday season with your horse bonded.
Thank you
That's
so
your
very
message
much
from
for
me.
that. That was actually very sweet. Oh my god. Thank you for that. As for me, I have been your humble GM for this campaign, Brandon O'Brien. Pronouns he, him, or they, them. I made the fugitive sheet that these cool people played with, and it went very well. Nothing broke terribly at that point, so I think that it's worth playing in your own game of Blades in the Dark, which I definitely recommend, because Blades in the Dark is very cool. I am a writer, poet, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and you can find me on Twitter at The Rising Tides. I have a book. It's called Can You Sign My Tentacle? I've been very grateful for the opportunity to finally be able to show you what this book looks like in my hands now. So if you want to read some of my poetry and see uh, what it would be like if the gods of the Cthulhu mythos asked uh, J. Cole for his autograph one day idly in the middle of the street, then you can buy this book, and it will be very cool if you did, because I really appreciate everybody who has so far. Um, and I think that's it for all of us at Speculate for the time being. So you will see us again very soon in January for more shenanigans as we play Girl by Moonlight. But until then, I'm going to ask all of my lovely strange friends to bid adieu to all of these lovely people in chat. And I'm
Happy
going
holidays, all.
Bye.
to have a wonderful holiday season, everyone.
Bye.
And I will briefly disappear from the thing so I can come over here and say hello to all of you lovely people in chat properly, because I'm so very grateful that you joined me for this intense thing that we did. This was not supposed to take this very long, but I'm very glad that you stuck along for the entire ride that we just enjoyed. The case of the Cindered Seal has been a lot of fun for me to prepare and play with all of these lovely people. And I'm very excited to see what the next thing that we do will be, because these folks are absolutely beautiful to play with, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to be in this space, to be on this channel, to be supported by such a lovely community. So this is very cool. So, first and foremost, I would like to say thank you, of course, to Greg, our Vanelloron, for giving us the opportunity to be on this channel in the first place. I'm very grateful for the chance that we get to stream alongside you all in this wonderful community as often as possible. Please, I'd like to also give a shout out to our mods, Arudinel and Rockgod. Thank you for passing through. I'm so very grateful that you were able to engage and make sure that the chat remained as neat and as tidy as possible. As Greg always says, you're the best mods in the business. I'm grateful to be in the same community as you. And to all of the lovely viewers that passed through, including Nonstop, Aradox74, Boatman, Husey, Cinder XP, Critwitch, Firepart Creature, Galadrielbot, Kitten Rescue, Kusano Iori, Lone Wolf 67, Mrs. Dunsel, Painfulest, St. Pomelo, Six Flags, Magic Mountain, Small Streamers, DC Server, which may or may not be a bot, The Kids Are Asleep, The Sparkly Wallflower, Turbo Tango, and Von Meat. And I'm sure that I've missed a couple of lovely people as well, but thank you so very, very much for passing through and checking out this stream. I know that this was a particularly long one on a Sunday evening, but I'm glad that you stuck through it regardless, and I'm very grateful that you all enjoyed the lovely things that we had to give you this evening. Now, time to figure out what's happening on the calendar for the rest of this week, which I'm sure will be very volatile, of course, because, as we mentioned earlier, Worldcon is coming up this weekend. In fact, I'm also doing stuff for Worldcon. I will be attending as a nominee, as a member of the Fire Crew. So I'm very excited for that. But I will also be on panels about black speculative poetry, and there's another panel that suddenly escapes me, but I know that I have a panel on Wednesday as well. About how literary magazines are changing. And I'm very excited to be able to share space with all the lovely people who will be at Worldcon, even though I will be attending virtually. And I hope that everybody who is attending in person, including Greg, will do what is necessary to keep yourself safe and clean and not get sick, because I don't want anything to happen to you. Just like Melvir has told Skelly earlier this evening, you are not allowed to get sick and you are not allowed to die. Those are against the rules. If something happens to you, I'll get very upset with you. But I do hope that everybody who will be at Worldcon will enjoy that tremendously, and I hope to see you all there. So as for the week, starting this Sunday, there will be no content on Monday, but on Tuesday, there will be Adventures in Middle-earth, Erebor Adventures at noon on Tuesday. At 4 p.m., Pen and Pixels D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh at GOG.com. That's 4 o'clock on Tuesday. And at 8:15, an absolutely wonderful treat for all of the lovely people who will be watching on Tuesday. The R vocalists will be giving us a rendition of A Christmas Carol, which I have a lot of feelings about. Greg would have known this because I mentioned this on Twitter. I have only recently watched what is apparently the best adaptation of A Christmas Carol that has ever been put to film, The Muppet Christmas Carol. I only watched that this week. So I'm very excited to enjoy even more of A Christmas Carol in my media diet. So I'll definitely be passing through on Tuesday. But the rest of the week will be kind of sparse for content because of Worldcon. But Arv has tentatively promised that some cool things might happen while he's on the road. So please look out to see whether Arv gets an opportunity to introduce you to all of the lovely folks who will actually be at Worldcon and get to do some very neat things, because I think that would be really cool as well. So I hope that everybody stays safe this holiday season. I know that is a particularly trying one for everyone involved to be wrapped up in Christmas stuff while sometimes the rest of the world can be very volatile. But I'm very grateful to be able to spend this Christmas virtually with you all. I hope that you all do not only what is necessary to keep yourself safe, but do what is necessary to keep yourself sane and comfortable. And I hope that you spend a lot of time with the people that you love, doing the things that you love, in quantities that you love. And I look very much forward to meeting you all again at the beginning of 2022, which I hope will be a much better year for us all, because we definitely deserve it. But until then, I will bid you all good night. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening and the rest of your week. And I hope that the next time that we see each other, there are shenanigans. But until then, have a wonderful evening, everybody. Goodbye.